Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, all together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna. This is your warm-up exercise, please, everyone, yeah? Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna.
If you don't warm up, you'll get cramps. Haribo.
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna,
Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman.
Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai.
Jaya Gauranita, 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 Jaya Gaur.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Srila Prabhupada ki Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Dear devotees, you need to use those vocal cords because for the next 5 hours you will be needing them. Can we do it one more time? Louder. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. If we can ask you to please fold your hands to your chest. As your hands are folded, meditate on this great adventure that you're going to partake in today. A recitation of the entire Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Mahayagya. Meditate on the pleasures of Srila Prabhupada. Meditate on the pleasure of Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda. For today, in their presence and in the presence of all our Varishta Vaishnavas, senior devotees, we embark on this process of the Gita Jayanti Mahayagya. Today is a very special day, not only because we've gathered to celebrate the advent of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, not only because it is the end of the year, but today also marks the anniversary of the disappearance of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj, the spiritual master, the inspiration of our Param Guru, Acharya, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj ki jai. So seeking his blessings, we will start with the invocation prayers. Many of you should know these prayers, so we can all chant together. If you do not know these prayers, these are prayers for creating auspiciousness. These are prayers for creating the presence of the Supreme Lord, together with all the previous acharyas and the Vaishnavas. Please chant. Om Ajnanatimmirandhasya Jnananjanashalakayah Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kada Mahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuthapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhobhya cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadhi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Everyone together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We chant the pranam mantra for Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Riti Namine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryojjvala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Srimurtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddhapa Siddhanta Dvant Taharine. Hare Krishna. Shri Guru Paramananda Premananda Falaprada Vrajananda Pradananda Sevayam Mam Niyojayaha. Mukham karotu vachalam Panghulanghayate giri Yat kriparthamaham vande Shri Guru Dinatarinam Paramananda Madhavam Shri Chaitanya Ishwaram. Om Tat Sat. Hare Krishna. So dear devotees, we'd like to start off by extending a very warm welcome to all of those present, especially all those senior devotees, disciples of Srila Prabhupada, senior in realization, in initiation, and life experience. We'd like to also extend a very warm welcome to all our yajmans. You can see this mountain, Bhagavad Gita's, lining the stage. This is all thanks to you. We'd like to also extend a very warm welcome to all our guests that are present here. We'd like to extend a welcome to all those who are online with us. We hope you have a very spiritually surcharged experience. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few points on logistics. We request you all to please try to follow the recitation. As the recitation is taking place, all the verses will be displayed on the screen. You also have your books. I've seen some veteran books as well, coming back 20 years. The same Gita comes and there's so many signatures. So we've got some treasures here. So please try to follow. You'll also be hearing, after every chapter, the summary of that chapter in a very unique way, presented by our own very dear Swam Bhagavan Keshava Swami. So today, for the next 5 hours or so, there'll be lots of hearing of the mantras, of the verses, lots of hearing about the realizations and insights into these 18 chapters. So they say, on a day like this, you have to be like a cow. Yeah, you know what is special about the cow? We have many cows here. But what is special about the cows is we have 200 people coming to feed them, and they will accept all 200 offerings. But what they do afterwards is they sit and then they chew. All that they have taken in, they regurgitate and they chew, they chew, they chew. And that is how the final product that they give to all of us is the beautiful nectarian milk that we have from the cows. So you have to be like the cow today. Let it all come in. All 18 chapters, all the treasures of Maharaj's words, let them all come in. Then you go home and you chew. Yeah? You chew, you chew, you chew. And then that nectar you apply in your life and make your life successful. Secondly, we've left some clear spaces between the seating. We request you please do not come onto the floor area. This is for safety and for fire risks as well. Clear exit routes are there, so please do not come onto. Please stay on the carpet, stay on the chairs. You can sit on the windowsills, wherever is comfortable, but please do not sit in the walkways. We all know the bathrooms are there. After every 6 chapters that are recited, there will be a break. So some of you have done this for many years. Some of you may come for the first time. So please pace yourself, be ready, but we will be giving breaks after every 6 chapters that are recited. So take your stretches and have a toilet break and come back. So you don't need to leave in between. Please try to stay. After every 6 chapters, there will be a break. Now, what we're doing here also with all the reciting, we have a Havan Kund where we will have our priests making the offerings. We request you all, at the end, we will be making facility for all of you to offer the Purnahuti. So even though the priests are doing this on your behalf now, At the end, you will get a chance to come all forward. So we don't do this in as much as possible in a mannerly order, but you will all get a chance to offer the grains. Now in the Gita, Krishna speaks about yagyas, and he says that yagyas have 4 very important parts. Without these 4, a yagya is not complete. The first is guidance of Scripture. Today, we are taking definitely the guidance of Scripture. It is all about the Bhagavad Gita. The second, very important, is faith. Without the offering of faith, a yagya is not complete. So, clearly you're all here, you must have faith. The third is distribution of prasad. So, at the end of the program, there is a sumptuous meal that will be there for everyone here. So, please do not go without prasad. And then 4 is charity. Dhanam. You have all done that as well. So these 4 aspects have been ticked. Your yagya is successful. So please keep that in mind as well. When you start off a yagya, a very important aspect, every priest will tell you, is the sankalpa. Sankalpa. Sankalpa means making firstly a dedicated commitment to perform the yagya. Now, what we're doing is quite a lofty proposal. 5 hours. So you come, you made the sankalpa, the commitment to sit through and participate in the yagya. The second aspect of sankalpa is asking or offering your cherished desire into the havan. Now, all of you come from all different walks of life. We all have our own desires that we develop in the course of our life. And I'm sure today also you have come with some desires. Am I right? Or are you all nishkam bhakti, nishkam karma yogis? You all come with some desires. Shruti Prabhu, once in one of the introductions to the Bhagavad Gita, he gave a very nice way of understanding, or a very nice way of making our desires in front of the deities. Yeah, I will share that with you. The first, and he gave the example like a hand. You look at your hand, look at the 5 fingers. These are the 5 things you must make an offering for. Try. Firstly, the thumb is the closest finger to you. It says you make an offering, a desire for all those near and dear ones. Yeah? Parents, your friends, family, extended family. So, for family, the first. Second is for this index finger, which represents the ahankar finger or the guidance finger, and you make a prayer for your spiritual master, your guides, your mentors in life, your teachers, all those who have brought you to this stage in your life. You make an offering, a prayer for them. Secondly, the long fingers. This one, you may not like, but I will say it anyway. This finger is for the authorities in our country, in our world, in our temple. So we make a prayer for the authorities as well. May Krishna give them the right intelligence to guide, because they are responsible for the direction in which the human society takes. So we pray for them. Thirdly, the ring finger is said to be the weakest finger in one's hand. You make a prayer for those who are less privileged than you. Yeah? You must make a prayer for those. We will hear a lot from Keshav Swami about these around the world. Maharaj has a very unique presentation today. But those who are less privileged than you. And fifth, the pinky, that represents you. So you have also the right, you please pray for yourself as well. Yeah? So these 5, you keep in mind, that prayer that you make will be so dynamic, so special, so unique. Krishna will be happy to bless all of us. Thank you so much. We will now start with requesting our very dear Temple President to please give us some words of blessings and inspiration. Can we please put our hands together and welcome our very dear Mother Vishakha.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvase Sasunyavadi Paskyata Deshatarane Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktarinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakalpa tarubhyascha, kripa sindhubhya eva cha, patitanam pavanebhyo, vaishnavebhyo, namo namaha. Thank you. It's truly ecstatic to come here and see this very large Haveli hall filled with people who are ready to chant the wonderful verses, the transcendental verses in Bhagavad Gita on an early, rainy Saturday morning. This is just absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. We're so grateful for your being here. Bhagavad Gita has the ability to change lives. I can speak personally. When I was 20, I was very confused about the purpose of life. I couldn't think that life was meant for making money. I couldn't think that life was meant for becoming famous. I couldn't understand what life was for. And somehow I had this early abridged version of Bhagavad Gita by the grace of a friend. And I loved to read, so I tried to read it. And although I loved to read, I could not understand Bhagavad Gita as it is. But I had a very strong sense that this book could give me direction and values and goals in my life that would make me happy. So it has this tremendous potency, and I'm so glad that you've come to share this potency with each other, to feel it ourselves, to feel it personally, and I hope also, as we heard, to digest it, to meditate on it, and to give it to others. Thank you so much for being here. We're so grateful for your presence. All glory is to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Mother Vishakha. If we can please ask our very dear Nilamadhava Prabhu to please come and say some words. We know Nilamadhava Prabhu. Can we please welcome Nilamadhava Prabhu with a very generous round of applause.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Vaishnavas, it's certainly such a pleasure seeing all of you here. Thank you so much. And what a better way to end 2023 than this ceremony of ours. This is the best thing you could do, for we are coming to the end of the year. And hence, that's why the Bhagavad Gita was sung in the month of December. But ladies and gentlemen, Ma Parvati is asking Bhagwan Shankar the glories of the Bhagavad Gita. And hence we have the Gita Mahatmya. And Shankar Bhagwan relates to the entire body of the Gita because he addresses the Bhagavad Gita as a deity, as a murti. And ladies and gentlemen, Shankar Bhagwan mentions that the first 5 chapters of the Gita, now we should all know that naturally there are 18 chapters, but the first 5 chapters of the Gita, Bhagwan Shankar is mentioning to Ma Parvati, are the heads of Lord Vishnu. The first 5. Then the next 10 chapters, Shankar Bhagwan mentions, are the arms of Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu sometimes has 5 arms on either side. And the 16th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is considered to be the stomach of Lord Vishnu. And then finally the 17th and 18th chapter, they are considered to be the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. So in this way, Shankar Bhagwan is mentioning to Parvati that the entire Bhagavad Gita should be treated as a deity, as a murti. And of course we have the Bhagavatam, the Srimad Bhagavatam. There is a distinct difference between Bhagavat and Bhagavat. Bhagavat is referring to the song of God, Gita, Bhagavat. And Bhagavat is the Purana, which has 18,000 verses. So the 18 number is interesting. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the Vaishnava devotees of Bhaktivedanta Manor, we sincerely and wholeheartedly pray that you all have a most prosperous and spiritual 2024, full of bhakti. And bhakti to whom? To Lord Sri Krishna and none other. And so may their supreme lordships, Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda, Sri Sri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, Sri Sri Gornitai Bhagwan, bestow their blessings, mercy, and protection onto each and every one of you and your families. Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Nilamada Prabhu. We will now ask His Holiness Swayam Bhagwan Keshav Swami to please come and give us an introduction of the presentation that is going to take place. Before Maharaj does come up, we will ask our devotee Mahimana Prabhu to please garland our reciters and also our priests. So can we please have a congratulations and thank you to our priest Jagannath Ram Prabhu, Ayodhyapati Prabhu, who will be guiding us doing the Havan throughout the yagya. He's also a very common face. Jagannath Ram Prabhu has been doing this Gita Jayanti yagya for us for many years. So thank you so much, Prabhus. Hare Krishna. Can we please have a very warm welcome, a devotee who doesn't need an introduction, but it is a duty of mine to introduce him. Keshav Swami has been a guide, a mentor, and a guiding light for many of us here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. And Keshav Swami, he is an amazing guide, he's an amazing mentor, but he's an amazing devotee himself. Chaitanya Chaitamrita speaks about achar and prachar. You know, a complete devotee is one who has immaculate prachar and one who has immaculate achar. So we're all very inspired and we really look forward to the message of the Gita. Can we please give it up for Swayam Bhagwan Keshav Swami? Haribol! Can we put our hands up in the air with 3 loud Haribols? Haribol! 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 Hare Krishna.
Once more for good luck. Hare Krishna! So thank you so much everyone for being here. My gratitude to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share something with you this morning, this afternoon. Gita Jayanti is one of my favorite days of the year because the Gita is perhaps the most life-changing book that I've come across. And so this is a really wonderful opportunity we all have to bathe in the words of the Gita and hopefully also digest some of the messages. Before I begin, I'll like to offer my humble obeisances to their Lordship Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda, to Srila Prabhupada, to all my gurus, my guides, my teachers. Anything I share with you is what I've learned from others. None of it is my own knowledge, but I hope I'll be able to convey it with purity, with sincerity, and with compassion. And today, hopefully, a little bit creatively. I'm going to try and do something today that's a little bit different. So I'm ready for a few complaints if it goes wrong. But I hope it will be okay by Krishna's mercy. And to begin with some auspiciousness, I'll just offer some prayers to our entire parampara. Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki. This morning I want to begin by asking all of you a question, because the answer to this question will determine how I move forward. If the answer to the question for you is a yes, when I tell you say yes, I want you to say yes as loud as you can. The louder you say it, the more you're convinced it's a yes. And if the answer for you is no, then when I tell you say no, I want you to say it loud if it's a convinced no. And the question I want to start today by asking all of you is, should a spiritualist, someone on the spiritual path, should they watch the news? Don't say yes or no yet. I just want you to think about it. BBC, ITV, Sunrise Radio, if it's still going, I don't know. In your opinion, for someone who's traversing the spiritual path, is it important for them to watch the news? If you think yes, say yes now. Yes. Okay, that was quite loud actually. Wow. Okay, very good. If for you the answer is no, say no now. No. Oh my God, which one is louder? Yes? Was louder? Yes. Okay, don't have an argument just yet. Actually, there's truth to both of your points. Because when we watch the news, there's two extremes. One extreme is we can just keep watching the news and what's going on in the world, and we can become intimidated, we can become overwhelmed, we can become overcome with a sense of dejection. Oh my God, Kali Yuga is so bad. But on the other extreme, we can be so indifferent if we don't watch the news, if we don't know what's going on in our environment, if we don't know what's happening in the world, we become indifferent to the reality that surrounds us. What I'm proposing to you today is don't be intimidated, but at the same time don't be indifferent, but rather be informed. Because if you're informed about the news, about what's going on in the world, but along with knowing what's going on in the world, you see it through a spiritual lens, a lens like the Bhagavad Gita, then by hearing what's going on in the world, actually you'll become inspired. And as you digest the lessons that are in front of our eyes every single day, you will find yourself becoming empowered. And so what I'm going to try to do for you today, is I'm going to pick out the 18 biggest news stories of 2023. And I'm going to try to show you how we can view each one of those stories through the lens of the Bhagavad Gita. What I'm going to try to display is how relevant, how powerful, how alive the knowledge of the Bhagavad Gita is. The Bhagavad Gita is not just wisdom. The Bhagavad Gita is wisdom that breathes. And therefore, that's what we're going to do today. So for those of you who said no, who don't watch the news, who don't want to know what's going on in the world today, today is a chance to catch up. Because I'm going to review the entire year. But what I'm going to try to show you is the deep spiritual lessons we can learn from these things. Before we begin, I have to say a disclaimer. The first disclaimer is that we are going to be showing videos. Some of these videos contain flash photography and flashing screens. So if anyone is sensitive to that, then please take precaution. The second thing I want to say is I'm showing you the news of the world. I'm showing you reality. And therefore you will also see some disturbing things. You will also see some difficult things. So if that disturbs you, then please also take precaution. And the final disclaimer I want to share with you today is that we are going through these stories not to judge anyone in these stories, but rather to learn lessons and then reflect on our own lives in terms of how we can live a better 2024. So does this sound okay? Yes. That wasn't very loud. Yes. Okay. I won't give you the no option on that question. So we're going to do a countdown. Today we are going to look at 2023 through the Bhagavad Gita. And I'm going to ask you to do a countdown with me. After 3 seconds of the countdown, the entire 2023 is going to flash before you. Register some of the emotions, the events, the experiences that our world has experienced and gone through. And then we'll be going through them in more detail. So you can do a countdown all together with me, with your heart, with inspiration. 3, 2, 1. This is 2023. that, my dear friends, is some highlights from 2023. So in the coming hours, we'll be going through the verses of the Gita, but we'll be looking at each one of these situations and drawing an incredible lesson through Krishna's words. So please, don't go anywhere. There'll be refreshments, there'll be breaks, and hopefully there'll be some inspiration along the way. Let us today absorb our hearts and minds in the immortal words of the Bhagavad Gita. Hare Krishna.
पुनन्तु मां देवजनः पुनन्तु मानसादियः पुनन्तु विश्वाभूतानि जातवेदा पुनिः माम् ॐ अस्य कर्मणः पुण्यं भवन्तु भ्रवन्तु ॐ पुण्यहम् ॐ पुण्यहम् ॐ पुण्यहम् ॐ उद्गाते वा सकुने सामगायसि ब्रह्मपुत्र एव सुवने सशंससि वृष एव वाजे शिशुमतिरपीत्या सर्वतो नासगुणे भाद्रमावद विश्वतो नासगुणे पुण्यमावदः ॐ अस्य कर्मणः स्वस्ति भवन्तु भ्रवन्तु आयुष्मते स्वस्ति ॐ स्वस्ति ॐ स्वस्ति ॐ स्वस्ति ॐ स्वस्ति नो इन्द्रो वृत्रश्रवाः स्वस्ति नो पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नो त्रयक्षो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ अस्य कर्मणः रिद्धिं भवन्तु भ्रवन्तु आयुष्मते स्वस्ति ॐ रिध्यताम् ॐ रिध्यताम् ॐ रिध्यताम् ॐ रिद्ध्यामां स्थोमां सानयानुभाजमन्त्रम् सारातेहोपायातम् यशो न पक्वा मधुघोषरन्तरा भूतं स्व अस्विनो काममाप्रह ॐ स्वस्ति नो गोविन्दः स्वस्ति नो अच्युतानन्दो स्वस्ति नो वासुदेवो विष्णुर्दधातु स्वस्ति नो नारायण नरभै स्वस्ति न पद्मनाभ पुरुषोत्तमा दधातु स्वस्ति नो विश्वक्षिणः स्वस्ति विश्वेश्वर स्वस्ति नो ऋषिकेशो हरिर्दधातु स्वस्ति नो वैनतयो हरिः स्वस्ति नो नञ्जनासुतो हनुर्भागवतो ददातु स्वस्ति स्वस्ति सुमङ्गलै केशो महान् श्रीकृष्ण सचिद् आनन्द गणः सर्वेश्वरेश्वरो दधातु ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Hare Krishna. Just before we start the recitation, we have some space we can fill up in the carpet. So any of the yajmans want to come and are comfortable to sit on the floor, please do come in. We are quite packed, so anyone at any point feels that they just need a little bit more space. We've opened the Seva Hall. On the other side, there's a projection there with a big screen. So if any time you need to go there. Also, if you have children and you feel are fidgety, there's lots of space there. So please, if you make your way there, everything is broadcast from here, there as well, so you will not miss anything. So please take advantage of that. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Over to Bharati.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dhritarashtra Vacha. Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yutsamaha Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kima Kurvata Sanjaya Sanjaya Vacha Drushtva Tu Pandavanikam Vyudam Duryodhadastadam Acharyam Upasangamya Raja Vachanam Abhravit Paschaitam Panduputranam Acharyam Mahatim Chamum Vyudam Drupadaputrena Tava Shishyena Dhimatam Atra Shura Maheshwasa Bhimarjuna Samayudhi Yudhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharatha Drushtaketushchekitana Kashirajascha Viryavan Purujit Kunti Bhojascha Sevhyascha Narapungava Yudamunyuscha Vikranta Uttamaujascha Viryavan Saubhatro Dropadeyascha Sarva Eva Maharatha Asmakam Tu Vishishtaye Tani Bhota Tvijottama Nayaka Mama Sanyasya Saunyartham Tam Pravimite Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Krupascha Samitinjaya Ashwathama Vikarnascha Somatattistataivacha Anye cha bhavashura Madarte Tyakta Jivita Nana Shastra Praharna Sarve Yuddha Visharada Aparyatam Tadasmakam Palam Bhishma Bhirakshitam Paryaptam Tvidametesham Palam Bhima Bhirakshitam Ayaneshu cha sarveshu Yatha Bhagamavastita Bhishmameva Bhirakshantu Bhavantas Sarva Eva Hi Tasya Sanjaya Namharsha Guru Vritta Pitamahan Siham Nadam Vidodnoche Shankham Dagno Pratapavan Tatas Shankhascha Bairyascha Panavanuka Gomukha Sahasavapya Yantyanta Shashaptas Tumalo Bhavat Tatashveten Hari Yukte Mahati Sandhyanai Stito Madhava Pandavaschaiva Kima Kurvatasam Panchajanyam Vrishikesha Devadattam Dhananjaya Paundram Dabno Mahashankham Bhima Karma Vakodara Anantam Vijayam Raja Kunti Putro Yudhishthira Nakula Sahadevascha Sugosho Manipushpakau Kashascha Parameshwasa Shikandi cha Maharatha Drushtabdumno Viratascha Satyaki cha Parajita Drupado Dropadeyascha Sarvasha Prithivipate Saubhadrascha Mahabaho Shankham Dagno Pratak Pratak Sagosho Dhatarashtranam Hridayan Vidadarayat Nabhascha Prithivim Chaiva Tumalo Bhyanunadayan Atha Vivasitan Društvan Dhatarashtran Kapidvaja Pravrutte Shastra Sampate Danurudramya Pandava Rishikesham Tada Vakyam Idamaha Mahipate Arjunuvacha Senayorubayor Matye Ratham Stapayamechyuta Yavadeta Niriksheham Yodukamanavasitan Karmaya Sahayodavyam Asmin Ranasamudhyame Yokshamananaveksheham Ya etetra samagata Dhartarashtasya durbuddhe Yutte Priyashikeshava Sanjaya Vacha Eva Muktva Vrishikesha Kudakeshena Bharata Senayorubayor Madhye Stapayitva Rathottamam Bhishmadrona Pramukata Sarveshancha Mahikshitam Uvacha partha pashyaitam samavetan kuruniti tatra pashyastitam partha pitrunnata pitamahan acharyam matulam bhatrum putram pautram sakhim statam swashunam surudashchaiva senyayorupayorapi tan samiksha sakonteya sarvan bandhunavastitam kripaya paryavishto Vishidannidam abravit Arjunuvacha Tvushtve swajanam Krishna Yuyutsam samupastitam Sidanti mama gatrani Mukham cha parishushati Vepatusha sharire me Roma harshasya jayate Gandivam samsrate hastat Tyakchaiva pariduyate Nacha shokmanya vastatum Pramati vachame mana Nimittani cha pashyami Viparitani keshava Nacha shreyo na pashyami Hatva swajanamahave Nakanksha vijayam Krishna Nacha rajam sukhani cha Kim no rajena govinda Kim bhoge jivitena va Yesham arte kankshitam no Rajam bhoga sukhani cha Tai me vyasita yutte Pranastakta dhanani cha Acharya pitara putras Tathaiva cha pitamaham Matula shvashura pautra Sailya sambandhi nasata Etanuhantumichhami Natopi madhusudana Api trailokya rajasya Heto kimnu mahi krute Niyatya dharta rashtanam Kapiti sya janardana Papade vachre dasman Tasmatvetanam tathayinam Tasman naravayam hantum Dharta rashtran sabandhavan Swajanam hi katam hatva Sukhi nashama madhava Yadyapetena pashyanti Lobopahata chetasa Kulakshaya kritam drosham Mitra drohe chapatakam Katam hinayam asmabi Papadasman nivartitum Kulakshayam kritam dosham Prapashadvir janardanam Kulakshaya pranashyanti Kuladharmat sanatana Dharme nashte kulam krishnam Adharmo bhivamachyuta Adharma bhivavat krishna Pratushanti kulastriya Strishu dushtashu vashneya Jayate varna sankara Sankaro narakayaiva Kulagnanam kulasya cha Patanti pitaro yesham Lupta pindo takakriya Doshe rete kulagnanam Varna sankara karake Utsyajantya jati dharma Kula dharma shashvata Utsanna kula dharmanam Manushyanam janardana Narake niyatam vaso Bhavati tanushushramam Aho patamahat papam Kartam vyavastita vayam Yadrashnovena hantum svajanam udyata Yadi mama patikaram Satchutam shastra pranayam Dhatarashtravane hanyus Tanmekshetaram bhavet Sanjay uvacha Eva muktva junas sankhye Ratopasta upavishad Visvitram sasharam chapam Shokhu sauvigna manasaha Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Arjuna Vishada Yogo Nam Pratamodhyaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
Every single year, they say over 1 million books are published in this world. Does anyone know which book was the biggest selling book in 2023? Anyone know? Srimad Bhagavatam. We're getting there. We're working on it. We're working on it. No? It's one word. A one-word title. Spare. This, dear friends, was the biggest seller of 2023. Actually, it's said that since records begun, there's been no non-fiction book that sold faster than Prince Harry's biography of his life, Spare. Prince Harry, he went through so many things in his life. And in this book, he candidly shares all the struggles, all the anxieties, all the traumas, and all the obstacles he went through that led to what he says mental health problems for himself. Perhaps he said the most difficult thing he went through was the death of his mother, Princess Diana, in 1997. And this book caused a lot of outrage because he was very, very candid about many of the things that he went through. Now you may be thinking, what in the world does this have to do with the Bhagavad Gita? But actually, it has so much to do with the Gita. Because Harry was a prince. Arjuna was a Harry was dealing with family feuds. Arjuna was dealing with Harry was someone who experienced the death of a parent at an early age. Arjuna experienced the same. Harry was someone who went through struggle, trauma, anxiety. And Arjuna was someone who went through the very same emotions. Okay, do you want to flip? This is what Arjuna is feeling in the end of the first chapter. Sanjaya uvacha tam tatha kripaya vistam ashrupurna kulekshanam vishidantam idam vakyam uvacha madhusudana. Sanjaya said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, Arjuna's mind was depressed. His eyes were full of tears. Madhusudan, Krishna, spoke the following words. This is the situation of Arjuna in the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita. He's become overcome by struggle, by obstacle, by anxiety, by so many, many different challenges. And what we're learning is that struggle and anxiety makes no distinction. It doesn't matter if you're successful or simple. It doesn't matter if you're powerful or you're powerless. It doesn't matter if you are royalty or you're a regular person. Every single person in this world will go through anxiety, obstacles, and struggle. But what we learn from the Bhagavad Gita is that that anxiety and struggle, there's nothing wrong with it. The very first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is entitled Arjuna Vishad Yoga. The word Vishad is an incredible word. It means dejection. It means depression. It means dismay. It means someone who's lost all sense of direction. And the Bhagavad Gita begins with someone who's going through struggle and anxiety. When we go through struggle and anxiety in our life, we think something is wrong. But actually, struggle and anxiety is the beginning of the spiritual path. And therefore, the Bhagavad Gita teaches us, don't worry. This is the human condition. Another very, very famous person who went through struggle and depression later on became the most eminent person in the whole of Indian cinema. And who was that? Amitabh Bachchan. And Amitabh Bachchan, when he was going through his own depression and struggle, he shared later on how his father taught him.
So long as there is life,
to deal with
there is
struggle.
going to be struggle. One of the first things he taught me was, if things happen according to how you wish, that's good. But if they don't, that's even better. And I could never understand that. And when I asked him, he said, if they're not happening according to your wish, they're happening according to the wish of some divine force. And that divine force will never think ill about you. So you have to respect that as being better. So if things worked, I said fine. If they didn't, I felt that there was some kind of divine force or divinity that didn't want me to do that, and perhaps wait for another opportunity. The other thing he told me was, when I was struggling a lot in those times, I said, I used to tell him, that life is a struggle. And he used to say, so long as there is life, there is going to be struggle. I think if we accept this factor, that your life is never going to be easy, something or the other is going to happen. So rather than sit in some kind of despondency on that, and be aware that tomorrow is another challenge, is another day, which could turn out to be profitable, which may not, but eventually there will be another day when you can start trying all over again. But yes, in the back of my mind, there will be those ugly moments that plagued me. And the fear of them recurring again is perhaps what drives me every day.
The first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita teaches us that obstacles are not a problem. The problem is, number one, our expectation that in my life there should be no obstacles. And number two, the problem is my mindset that obstacles are bad. Dear friends, if you want to learn one thing from the first chapter of the Gita, learn this, that obstacles and struggle and anxiety and difficulties are not bad. When your eyes are full of tears, make the decision to be all ears. That's the decision that Arjuna made. In his depression and anxiety and difficulty, he turned to Krishna. He turned to spiritual wisdom. He looked for higher guidance, and he searched for a lens through which he could process and digest what he was going through. And therefore, Arjuna didn't just go through his problems. He learned how to grow through his problems. Arjuna's material breakdown led to his spiritual breakthrough. Arjuna learned the life art of how to turn pain into purpose. So Prince Harry went through struggles. Prince Arjuna also went through struggles. And we will also go through struggles. Everyone has their story. But when your eyes are full of tears, make the decision to be all ears. Hare Krishna.
Sanjaya Vacha Tam Tata Prayavishtam Ashrupurna Kulekshanam Vishidantam Nidam Bhakyam Vacha Madhusudana Shri Bhagavan Vacha Kutastva Kashmalamidam Vishame Samupastitam Anarya Jushtam Asvargyam Akirtim Karamarjuna Klebhyam Mam Smagama Partha Naitatvadupapadyate Kshudram Hridaya Dorbalyam Tyaktvottishta Parantapa Arjuna Vacha Katam Bhishmamaham Sankhye द्रोणं च मयि सूदनम् इषुभिः प्रत्ययोत्स्यामि पूजाहार्वरिसूदनम् गुरूनि हत्वा हि महानुभावान् श्रेयो भोक्तुं भैक्षमपि ह लोके हत्वार्थकामास्तु गुरूनि हैव पुञ्जीय भोगान् धृतिरप्रतिग्नान् न चैतद्विद्म कथनरन्नो गरीयो यद्वा जयेम यदि वा नो जयेयु यानेव हत्वा न जिजीविषामास्ते वस्तितां प्रमुखे दातराष्ट्रान् कार्पण्यदोषोपहत स्वभावं पृच्छामि त्वां सम्मुखमुदचेता यच्छेयस्यान्निशितं ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यस्तेऽहं शाधिमां त्वां प्रपन्नं न हि प्रपश्यामि ममापनुद्यात् यच्छोकमुच्छोषणमिन्द्रियाणाम् अवाप्य भूमाम् असमग्नवृत्तं राजं सुराणामपि चाधिपत्यम् सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्त्वा ऋषिकेशं गुडाकेश परन्तप न योत्स्य इति गोविन्दम् उक्त्वा तूष्णीं बभूवः तमुवाच ऋषिकेश प्रहसन्निव भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये विषिदन्तमिदं वचः श्रीभगवानुवाच अशोचान्मशोचस्त्वं प्रज्ञावादांश्च भाससे गतासु न गतासुश्च नानुशोचन्ति पण्डिता न त्वेवाहं जातु नासं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिपा न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयमथा परं देहिनोऽस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमारं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरप्राप्तिः धीरस्तत्र न मुह्यति मात्रा स्पर्शास्तु कौन्तेय शीतोष्णसुखदुःखदा आगमापायिनो नित्यास्तां तितिक्षस्व भारत यं हि न व्यथयन्त्येते पुरुषं पुरुषर्षभ समदुःखसुखं धीरं सोऽमृत्वाय कल्पते नासतो विद्यते भावो नाभावो विद्यते सता उभयोरपि तुष्टोऽन्त्वस्त्व अनुस्वतत्वदर्शिभिः अविनाशी तु तद्विद्धि येन सर्वमिदं ततं विनाशमवयस्यास्य न कश्चित् कर्तुमर्हसि अन्तवत्त इमे देहा नित्ययुक्ता शरीरिणा अनाशिनो प्रमेयस्य तस्माद्युक्तस्व भारत य एनं वेति हन्तारं यश्चैनं मन्यते हतम् उभौ तौ न विजानीतो नायं हन्ति न हन्यते न चायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयाम् अजो नित्या शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वेदा विनाशिनं नित्यं य एनम् अजमव्ययं कथं सा पुरुषा पार्थ कं गातन्ति हन्तिकं वासांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं छिन्दन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावकान् न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुता अच्छेद्योऽयमदायोऽयम् अक्लेद्यो शोष्य एव च नित्यः सर्वकथास्थाणुरचोलोऽयं सनातना अव्यक्तोऽयमचिन्त्योऽयम् अविकार्योऽयमुच्यते तस्मादेवाविदित्वैनं नानुशोचितुमर्हसि अथ चैनं नित्यजातं नित्यं वा मन्यसे मृतं तथापि त्वं महाबाहो नैनं शोचितुमर्हसि जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्यु ध्रुवनं जन्ममृतस्य च तस्मादपरिहार्येते न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि अव्यक्तादीनि भूतानि व्यक्तमध्यानि भारत अव्यक्तो निधनान्येव तत्र का परिवेदना आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् तथैव चान्या आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वाप्येन वेद्य चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यमदोऽयं देहे सर्वस्य भारत तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि स्वधर्ममपि चावेक्ष न विकम्पितुमर्हसि धर्मादियुतश्रेयोऽन्यत् क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते यदृच्छया चोपपन्नं स्वर्गद्वारमुपावृतं सुखिनः क्षत्रिया पार्थ लभन्ते युद्धमीदृशम् अथ चेत्त्वमिमं धर्मं सङ्ग्राहं न करिष्यसि तथा स्वधर्मकीर्तिं च हित्वा पापमवाप्स्यसि अकीर्तिं चापि भूतानि कथयिष्यन्ति ते वयां सम्भावितश्वशा कीर्ति मरणादितिरिच्यते भयाद्रणादुपरतं मन्यन्ते त्वं महारथा येषां च त्वं बहुमतो भूत्वा यास्यसि लाघवम् अवाश्च वादांश्च बहून् वदिष्यन्ति तवाहिता नन्दन्तस्तव सामर्थ्यं ततो दुःखं तरं मुखिं हतो वा प्राप्स्यसि स्वर्गं जित्वा वा भोक्ष्यसे महिं तस्मात् उत्तिष्ठ कौन्तेय युद्धाय कृतनिश्चया सुखदुःखे समे कृत्वा लाभालाभो जयाजयो ततो युद्धाय युज्यस्व नैवं पापमवाप्स्यसि एष ते पिहिता साङ्ख्ये बुद्धिर्योगेन त्विमां शृणु बुद्ध्या युक्तो यया पार्थ कर्मबन्धं प्रहर्षसि नेहाभिक्रमनाशोऽस्ति प्रत्यवायो न विद्यते स्वल्पमस्य तस्य धर्मस्य त्रायते महतो मया व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि एकेह कुरु नन्दन बहुशङ्खा ह्यनन्ताश्च बुद्ध्यो व्यवसायिनां यामिमां पुष्पितां वाचं प्रवदन्ति अविपश्चिता वेदवादरथा पार्थ ज्ञानदस्तिवादिनां कामात्मना स्वर्गपरा जन्मकर्मफलप्रदां क्रियाविशेषबहुलां भोगैश्वर्यगतिं प्रति भोगैश्वर्यप्रसक्तानां तया परितचेतसां व्यवसायात्मिका बुद्धि समादो न विधीयते त्रैगुण्यविषया वेदा नित्रैगुण्यो भवार्जुन निर्द्वन्द्वो नित्यसत्त्वस्थो निर्योगक्षेमम् आत्मवान् यावनर्थे उदपाने सर्वथा सम्प्लुतो दुःखे तावान् सर्वेषु वेदेषु ब्राह्मणस्य विजानता कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफलहेतुर्भुर्मा ते सङ्गस्वकर्मणि योगस्था कुरु कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा धनञ्जय सिद्ध्यौ सिद्ध्यौ समभूत्वा समत्रं च उच्यते तुरेण यवयं कर्म बुद्धियोगात् धनञ्जय बुद्ध्यो श्रवणमन्विच्छ कृपणा फलहेतवा बुद्धियुक्तो जहातीह उभे सुकृतदुष्कृते तस्माद् योगाय युज्यस्व योगाकर्मसु कौशलं कर्मजं बुद्धियुक्ता हि फलं त्यक्त्वा मनीषिणा जन्मबन्धविनिर्मुक्ता पदं गच्छन्त्यनामयं यदा ते मोहकलीलं युक्तिव्यत्यर्थविष्यति तदा गन्तासि निर्वेदं श्रोतृस्य श्रुतस्य च श्रुतिविप्रतिपन्ना ते यदा स्तास्तस्य निश्चल समादावचला बुद्धिस्तदा योगमवाप्स्यसि अर्जुन उवाच स्थितप्रज्ञस्य का भाषा समाधिस्तस्य केशव स्थितधि किं प्रभाषेत किमासीत व्रजेत किं श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रजहाति यदा कामान् सर्वान् पार्थमनोगतान् आत्मानि एवात्मना तुष्टा स्थितप्रज्ञस्ततोच्यते दुःखेष्व अनुद्विग्नमना सुखेषु विगतस्पृहा वीतरागभयक्रोधा स्थितधिर्मुनिरुच्यते यः सर्वत्रानभिनेहस्तत्तत्प्राप्य शुभाशुभं नाभिनन्दति नन्द्रेष्टि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यदा संहरते चायं कुर्मो गानीव सर्वशा इन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता रसया विनिवर्तन्ते निराहारस्य देहिना रसवर्जं रसोऽप्यश्च परं दृष्ट्वा निवर्तते यततोऽपि कौन्तेय पुरुषश्च विपश्चिता इन्द्रियाणि प्रमाथीनि हरन्ति प्रसबम्बना तानि सर्वाणि संयम्य युक्त आसीत मत्परा पश्येहि यस्य इन्द्रियाणि तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता ध्यायतो विषयान् पुंसा सङ्गस्तेषु विजायते सङ्गात् सञ्जायते कामा कामात् क्रोधो विजायते क्रोधात् भवति सम्मोहा सम्मोहात् स्मृतिविभ्रमा स्मृतिभंशात् बुद्धिनाशो बुद्धिनष्टात् पुनश्यति रागद्वेषविमुक्तेस्तु विषयानिन्दिरैश्चरम् आत्मविषये विषयात्मा प्रसादमधिगच्छति प्रसादे सर्वदुःखानां हानिरस्योपजायते प्रसन्नचेतसो यासु बुद्धिपर्यवतिष्ठते नास्तिर्बुद्धिर्युक्तस्य न चायुक्तस्य भावना न चाभावयता शान्तिरशान्तस्य कुतः सुखम् इन्द्रियाणा हि चरतां यन्मनोनुविधीयते तदर्च हरति प्रज्ञां वायुनां वमिनां वशी तस्माद्यस्य महाबाहो निगृहीतानि सर्वशः इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेभ्यस्तस्य प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठिता यानि सा सर्वभूतानां तस्यां जागर्ति संयमे तस्यां जागर्ति भूतानि शानिशा पश्यतो मुने आपूर्यमाणम् अचलं प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापा प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे शशान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी विहाय कामसर्वान् पुंसाश्चरति निःस्पृहा निर्ममो निरहङ्कार शशान्तिमधिगच्छति एष ब्राह्मी स्थितिः पार्थ नैनां प्राप्य विमुह्यति स्थित्वा स्यामन्तकालेऽपि ब्रह्मनिर्वाणमुच्यति ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे साङ्ख्ययोगो नाम द्वितीयोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे
Something happened last year which previously, supposedly, only America, China, and Russia had previously achieved. Anyone know what that was? Chandra Yan 3. A big news story of 2023. India becomes the 4th country to land on the moon, the first country to land on the south pole of the moon, supposedly. I won't get into the controversies now. The project Chandrayaan 3 cost £60 million. And what commentators are now saying is that this activity of going to the moon and into space in 2023 has triggered another space race. And more countries are spending more and more of public money to go into outer space to explore what resources and what other benefits they can achieve outside of the Earth planet. Here you can see what happened in 1969 when Neil Armstrong said, "This is one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." And India last year had a taste of that.
135 मीटर की ऊंचाई पे The tension is palpable.
The sensors that are updating at this point are providing confirmation of the safety of the landing site.
A heart-stopping moment for everyone watching this, as the lander Vikram descends softly on the southern face of the moon. Jubilation all around.
Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
A surge in the national pride as India joins the table as a key player in the global community of space exploration. It's only the fourth country after the United States, former Soviet Union, and China to have a spacecraft land on the moon, but the first to be on the southern side.
India's successful moon mission is not just India's alone. This success belongs to all of humanity.
We can give them a round of applause, I think. What do we learn from India's landing or venturing into the moon? It's very, very interesting that innately within the human species is a deep desire for discovery. We want to know what is beyond our life. We want to know what is beyond our small world. We want to explore. We want to journey into the unknown. And that's very, very accurate, because it's said that one of the qualities of the soul is chit. Chit means to be conscious, to know, to be aware, to be endlessly curious. And this spirit of discovery leads to development. Then what the human race does is develop different technologies, different means to discover and explore what's beyond them. But sometimes it can also lead to distraction. And why do I say that? Because in the beginning, the introduction to the Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada makes a striking statement. And what he says is this: modern man has struggled very hard to reach the moon, but he has not tried very hard to elevate himself spiritually. What Srila Prabhupada is saying is that the same curiosity, the same willingness to invest time, energy, resource, if we directed that same attention, instead of going further and further outside of ourselves, along with that, how about if we spend as much time going deeper and deeper within, then maybe we would discover what we're actually really looking for. And therefore, Krishna says, Rajahati yada kaman sarvan parthamanogatan atmanyevatmana dushta stita pragyastadochyate. Krishna says, when someone gives up varieties of desire for sense gratification, which arise from mental concoction, and when one's mind thus purified finds satisfaction in the self alone, then one is said to be situated in pure transcendental consciousness. We're not saying that science is bad, we're not saying that discovery is irrelevant, but along with discovering further and further outside, we must not neglect to go inside. In the famous poem it said, we have taller buildings but shorter tempers. We have wider freeways but narrower minds. We have more degrees but less common sense. We have more conveniences but less time. And we've conquered outer space, but we're forgetting to navigate inner space. And therefore, let us not forget, Krishna in the second chapter of the Gita tells us the soul is the deepest thing the essence of our being, and let us go on that journey within.
Arjunuvacha Jayisi chet karmanaste mata buddhir janardana tatkim karmani ghore mam niyojayasi keshava rami shrenena vakyena buddhim mohasvaiva me tadekam vada nishchitya yena shreham umapnuyan Shri Bhagavanuvacha Lokesmin dvivida nishta Pura prokta mayanaga Jnana yogena sankhyanam Karma yogena yoginam Na karmanam ararambham Naiskarmyam purushosnuche Na cha sannyasana Siddhim samadhigacchati Nahi kashchit shanamapi Jatu tishchatya karmakrit Karyate yavasha karma Sarva prakriti jai gunai Karmendriyani samyamya Yastet manasasmaram Indriyarthan vimudatma Mitrachara suucchate Yastva indriyani manasa Niyamya rapaterjuna Karmendriya karma yogam Asakta savishishyate Niyatam kuru karmatvam Karma jayoya karmana Sharire yatra pichate Na prasiddhyeta karmana Yajñatha karmano natra Lokoyam karma bandhana Tadartham karma kaunteya Mukta sangha samachara Saha yajña praja shushva Purovacha prajapati Anena prashivashtavyam Esha vostitva kamaduk Devan bhavayata tena Te devan bhavayantu va Parasparam bhavayanta Shreya paramavapsyata Ishthan bhogani vo deva Dasyante yajna bhavita Taidantana pratipayo Yo bhukte stena evasa Yajna shishta sina santo Mucchante sarva kilvishay Punjante te tvakam papa Ye pachantyatma karanat Annat bhavati bhutani Parjanyot anna sambhava Yajñat bhavati parjanyot Yajña karma samudbhava Karma brahmadbhavam vitti Brahmakshara samudbhavam Tasmat sarvagatam brahma Nityam yajñe pratishtitam Evam pavartitam chakram Nanuvartayati yaha Agayo indira mogam parthasa ijivati Yastva atmaruti evasyad atmatruptascha manava Atmani evacha santushtas tasya karana vidyate Naiva kishchit vidyanatho na krute neha kaschana Na chasya sarva bhuteshu Kashchit artha vyapashraya Tasmad ashakshartam Jastam karyam karma samachara Asakto hi acharam karma Paramapnoti purusha Karmanayaiva hasim sthitim Ashtita janakadaya Loko sangrahamevapi Samprashan kartamarhasi Yad yad acharati shreshtas Tat tat devotaro jana Sayat pramanam kurute Lokastatunu vartate Name partharshti kartavyam Trishu lokeshu kinchana Nanavaptam avaptavyam Varta evacha karmani Yadi aham navarteyam Jatu karmanyatendrita Mama vartmanu vartante Manushya partha sarvasha Utsire yuri me loka Na kuryam karma chedaham Sankarasya shakartasyam Upahannati mambraja Sakta kaumta avidvanso Yata kurvanti bharata Kurdya vidvam tata shaktas Chikirshu loka sangraham Na buddhim vena janayetya Ajnanam karma sanginam Jyotsit sarva karmani Vidvan yuktan samacharam प्रकृते क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्माणि सर्वशाम् अहङ्कारं विमूढात्मा कर्ताहम् इति मन्यते तत्त्ववित्तु महाबाहो गुणकर्म विभागयो गुणागुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मत्वा न सज्जते प्रकृते गुणसम्मूढा सञ्चन्ते गुणकर्मसु तान् कृष्णं विदो मन्दान् कृष्णं विद्न विचालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि सन्न्यासादात्मचेतसा निराशीर्निर्ममो भूत्वा युद्धेष्व विगतज्वरा ये ममतामिदं नित्यम् अनुतिष्ठन्ति मानवा श्रद्धावन्तो निसूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तेऽपि कर्मपि ये त्वदेतद् अभिसूयन्तो नानुतिष्ठन्ति मे मतं सर्वज्ञानां विमूढास्तान् विद्धि नष्टा अचेतसा सदृशं त्यजसा स्वस्य प्रकृते ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रह किं करिष्यसि इन्द्रियास्यान् इन्द्रियास्यार्थे रागद्वेषो व्यवस्थितो तयोर्न वशमागच्छेत् तो हि अस्य परिपन्थिनो श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुणा परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वधर्मे निधनं श्रेया परधर्मो भयावहा अर्जुन उवाच अत केन प्रयुक्तोऽयं पापं चरति पुरुषः अनिच्छन्नपि वार्ष्णेय फलादीव नियोजिता श्रीभगवानुवाच काम एष क्रोध एष रजो गुणः समुद्भवा महाशनो महापाप्मा विद्धि येनमिह वैरिणं धूमेनावृतते वरिर्यथा दर्पो मलेन च यथोल्बेनावृतो गर्भस्तथा तेनेदमावृतम् आवृतं ज्ञानमेतेन ज्ञानिनो नित्यवैरिणा कामरूपेण कौन्तेय दुष्पुरेणानलेन च इन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिरस्याधिष्ठानमुच्यते एते मिहोमत्येषा ज्ञानम् आवृत्य देहिनां तस्मात् त्वम् इन्द्रियाणाद्यो नियम्य भरतर्षभ पाप्नानं प्रजहीयेनं ज्ञानविज्ञाननाशनम् इन्द्रियाणि पराणि आहुरिन्द्रियेभ्यः परं मनस्तस्तु परा बुद्धिः यो बुद्धे परतस्तु सा एवं बुद्ध्वे परं भूत्वा संस्तभ्यादात्मनात्मना जहि शत्रुं महाबाहो कामरूपं तुरासतम् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे कर्मयोगो नाम तृतीयोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Hare Krishna. How's everyone doing? Okay? Is this okay? I'm just channeling my inner journalist. What do you think? Maybe I could have been a journalist in this life, news reporter. Maybe. Someone said, don't give up your day job just yet. Something happened in 2023 which previously had never happened to a US president. Anyone know what happened? That's a one-word answer. Trump. In 2023, Donald Trump became the first US president, former US president, against who 4 criminal cases were launched. And the interesting thing is, he was dealing with all of these 4 criminal cases while planning his presidential bid for 2024. Interestingly, the former Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson, who had stepped down as Prime Minister because of scandals during COVID of illegal gatherings at 10 Downing Street. Boris Johnson also in 2023 had to step down as a Conservative MP due to pressure about his own character. Every single year we have problems with leaders who are seen in the public light to not be having the integrity of character that we expect from them.
Former President Donald Trump has been arrested for the 4th time, this time over his attempts to overturn the 2020 election result in Georgia. Once again, Mr. Trump left his Bedminster golf course, this time heading to hand himself in at the Fulton County Jail, northwest of Atlanta. Mr. Trump remains free after posting a $200,000 bail after being officially arrested and processed. Now, he's the first former U.S. president with a mugshot.
As Krishna teaches Arjuna through the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is not just teaching Arjuna that you're a spirit soul who's on a journey back to the spiritual world, but Krishna is teaching Arjuna that in this life you have a position of leadership and therefore you have to be exemplary. Anyone who has some kind of influence in this world has to conduct themselves in such a way that people can place their faith in that person. And what we're finding in the world is that nowadays it's becoming harder and harder to put our faith in other people. They say in this day and age, followers question everything and leaders do questionable things. So there's a problem from both sides. And what does Krishna say to Arjuna in the Bhagavad Gita, 3rd chapter? Yad yad acharati shreshthas tattadevetaro jana sayat pramanam kurute lokastad anuvartate. Krishna says to Arjuna, whatever action is performed by a great man, common men follow his footsteps, and whatever standards he sets by his exemplary acts, all the world pursues. What Krishna is basically teaching Arjuna is one of the greatest contributions you can make in the world is your own character. One of the most powerful things you can do in this world is to be exemplary. We have to walk our talk. We have to practice what we preach. Actions speak louder than words. Our life, how we conduct ourselves on a day-to-day basis, is our message. And if anyone in this room says, I'm not a leader, I can't believe it. If you're a parent, you're a leader. If you have a position, you're a leader. If you give someone advice, you're a leader. And if someone looks up to you, you're a leader. And as a leader, know that the greatest thing you have in your disposal is your own integrity and character. And therefore, Krishna teaches Arjuna in the 3rd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, your life is your message.
Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Imam Vivasvate Yogam Proktavanam Amavyayam Vivaswan Manave Praha Manur Ikshvakave Bravit Evam Parampara Praptam Imam Rajarshayo Vidu Sakalena Himata Yoganasta Parantapa Sa Evyam Maya Tedya Yogo Prakta Puratana Bhaktosti Me Sakha Cheti Rahasyam Etaduttamam Arjuna Vacha Aparam Bhavito Janma Param Janma Vivashita Katam Etad Vijnayiyam त्वमुदो प्रोक्तमा इति श्रीभगवानुवाच बहुनि मे व्यतीतानि जन्मानि तव चार्जुन तान्यहं वेद सर्वाणि न त्वं वेत्त परन्तप अजोऽपि सन्नव्ययात्मा भूतानामीश्वरोऽपि सन् प्रकृतिं स्वमधिष्ठाय सम्भवामि आत्ममायया यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहं परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे जन्म कर्म च मे दिव्यम् एवं यो वेति तत्त्वता त्यक्त्वा देनं पुनर्जन्म नैति मामेति सोऽर्जुन वीतरागभयक्रोधा मन्मया मामुपाश्रिता भावो ज्ञानतपसा भूतमद्भावमागता ये यथा मां प्रपद्यन्ते तां तथैव भजाम्यहं मामवर्त्मानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्या पार्थ सर्वशा काङ्क्षता कर्मणां सिद्धिं यजन्ते इह देवता क्षिप्रं हि मुनुष्ये लोके सिद्धिर्भवति कर्म च चातुर्वर्ण्यं मया सृष्टं गुणकर्म विभागशा तस्य कर्तारमपि मां विद्यमकर्तारमव्ययं न मां कर्माणि लिप्यन्ति न मे कर्मफले स्पृहा इति मां योऽभिजानाति कर्मभिर्न स भायते एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वे अपि मुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्मैव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वै पूर्वतरं कृतं किं कर्म किम् अकर्मेति कवयोऽर्थमोहिता तत्ते कर्म प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वा मोक्षसे शुभात् कर्मणो ह्यपि बौद्धव्यं च विकर्मणा अकर्मणाश्च बौद्धव्यं गहना कर्मणो गति कर्मणि अकर्मय प्रस्येत् अकर्मणि च कर्मया स बुद्धिं मा मनुष्येषु स युक्ता कृष्णकर्मकृत् यस्य सर्वसमारम्भा कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिता ज्ञानादिदग्धकर्माणि तमहु पण्डितं बुधा त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यं तृप्तो निराशया कर्मणि अभिवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सा निराशीर्यतचित्तात्मा त्यक्त्वा सर्गापरिग्रहा शारीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वं नाप्नोति किल्बिषं यदृच्छया लभसन्तुष्टस्त्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरा समसिद्ध्वा असिद्ध्वौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते कतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य यज्ञवासितचेतसा यज्ञाराचरता कर्म समाग्रं प्रविलीयते ब्रह्मपानो ब्रह्महवे ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्मसमाधिना दैवावेवापरे यज्ञं योगिना पर्युपासते ब्रह्माग्नवपरे यज्ञं यज्ञेनावुपजुह्यति श्रोतेन्द्रियाणि इन्द्रियाण्येत् संशयं सुजुह्यति शब्दानि विषयानन्येत् इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्यति सर्वेन्द्रियाणि कर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगग्नो जुह्यति ज्ञानदीपिते त्रया यज्ञास्तपो यज्ञयोगयज्ञास्तथा परे स्वाध्यायायज्ञयज्ञाश्च यथा संस्थितिवर्तथा अपाने जुह्यति प्राणं प्राणे पानं तथा परे प्राणपानगतिरुद्ध्वा प्राणायामं च परायणा अपरे नियताहारा प्राणपानेषु जुह्यति सर्वप्येते यज्ञवितो यज्ञक्षपितकल्मषा यज्ञाशिष्टामृता भोजो यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनं नायं लोकस्थिमज्ञासा कुतो नया कुरु सतम् एवं बाहुवित्ति ज्ञानं वितथा ब्रह्मणो मुखे कर्मजन् वित्ति तान् सर्वान् एवं ज्ञात्वा विमोक्षसे Shreyandrayama yajnanyam jnana yajna parantapa sarvam karma khilam partha jnane parivsamapyate tadvitti pranipatena prashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnani nastasvadarshina yajñatva na punarmoham evam yasyasi pandava yena bhutanya sheshani draksha atmato maya api chetasya pyapebhya sarvebhya papakrittama sarvajnanam phalaineva vrunjate santarishyasi yathadim stodsamadgrunna basmasat kurutertata jnanagni sarvakarmani basmasat kurutertata nahi na jnana sadrusham pavitram iha vidyate tatsvayam yoga samsiddhe kalenatmani vandati shraddhava labhate jnanam tatpara samatendriya jnana labdva param shantim achirena gacchati anyascha shraddhadanascha samshayatma vinashyati nayam lokasti na paro na sukham samshayatmana yoga sannyasa karmanam jnana sanchinshamayam atmavantum na karmani nibadnanti dhananjaya tasmadanajna sambhutam rutastam ajnasmanatmana chitvannam samshayam yogam ashtito tishta bharata iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Jnana Yogo Nam Chaturto Dhyaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
We're living in such a changing world. The rate of change, the rate of development is like never before. And in 2024, individuals who have been inventing a particular thing felt it was moving so fast, almost out of control, that the inventors of the very thing that they had brought to the world made a recommendation that we should stop developing this. Anyone know what that is? AI. In 2023, OpenAI's language model, GPT, became a viral sensation. They say nowadays over 200 million people are regularly using ChatGPT. Of course, everyone knows what ChatGPT is. In response to text prompts, ChatGPT can give you answers, it can give you poetry, it can give you, it can give you computer code, so many things. And now there's an increasing awareness or concern about what AI and ChatGPT and other such technologies will have on the world, will have on people, will have on relationships, will have on the development of children who are growing up in this day and age. Just recently I was in a meeting, and someone who's very quietly usually in that meeting, they started coming up with like the best answers, and I was thinking, my God, what did you have for breakfast today? And then as I got a bit stressed out in the meeting and started walking around the room, I went behind them and I realized they had ChatGPT in front of them. Yesterday I thought, let me have a conversation with ChatGPT and see what answers it can give me. So we know ChatGPT is a technology, it's not alive and it doesn't have feelings. But if you think ChatGPT is giving good answers to my questions, please give some encouragement. Will you do that? You can give ChatGPT a cheer, a clap, if ChatGPT gets the question right. Agreed? Okay, so this was my conversation with ChatGPT yesterday. I kind of prefaced the conversation with ChatGPT by saying, I'm in a public event, there's like hundreds of people here. Can you give me really short answers? Because these guys don't have attention span. Certainly, go ahead and ask your questions. Okay, great. So I asked ChatGPT, what is Gita Jayanti? Celebration of the Gita's anniversary. Oh, that was good. Brilliant. What is the Bhagavad Gita? An ancient Hindu scripture, philosophical dialogue. Good. I said, come on, give us a slightly more information than that. I said short answers, but you can do better. Holy Hindu text, part of the Mahabharata, dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna. Amazing, wonderful. Amazing, I said to GPT, does AI replace the need for the Gita? No, AI doesn't replace the spiritual or philosophical significance of the Gita. It can provide assistance, but it doesn't replace personal beliefs. Thanks for being so humble. You're welcome. Can you be my guru? I can provide information, but for spiritual guidance, you should consult with a qualified human. Will I become a pure devotee of Krishna in this life? The path to becoming a pure devotee is personal, and it depends on various factors. It's not something I can predict, but dedication and efforts. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. ChatGPT said Hare Krishna. I think GPT should get another round of applause. They did really well. So these are the technologies that we're dealing with. But does AI, does ChatGPT replace humans, replace human consciousness? No. Because AI is still dependent upon conscious human beings to feed in data, to fact check, to actually prompt. AI doesn't have emotions. It can process data and information, but it doesn't have human sentimentality. AI doesn't have necessarily a moral compass, and therefore it can never replace human consciousness. And AI can't always adapt to different unpredictable situations that humans can. And therefore, no matter what technologies come about in the world, there will never be a replacement for spiritual wisdom. There will never be a replacement for spiritual guidance. And therefore, in the 4th chapter, entitled Transcendental Knowledge, what does Krishna say to Arjuna? Nahi jnaneda sadrisham pavitram miha vidyate tatsvayam yoga samsiddha kalenat mani vindati. In this world, there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is the mature fruit of all mysticism, and one who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys this knowledge within himself in due course of time. And so we tell people IQ, EQ, and SQ, all 3 things are required for a complete human existence. IQ is about information, EQ is about emotion, but SQ is all about intention, one's spirituality. And therefore, each of these things can deal with different aspects of our beings. Technology, humanity, and spirituality have to go together. And therefore AI may help with the left side of this table, but it can never replace EQ and SQ. It can never replace humanity and spirituality. And therefore Krishna says the knowledge of the Gita is timeless. Science teaches us about matter. Spirituality teaches us what matters. Science can improve things, but spirituality improves people. Science may be able to answer the questions, but spirituality questions the answers. And science helps you to do things better, but spirituality helps you to understand how to do better things.
Arjuna vacha sannyasam karmanam Krishna punaryogam samshasi yachya etayorekam tanme buhi sunishchitam. Shri Bhagavan vacha sannyasa karma yogascha nishreyasya karaubau tayostu karma sannyasat karma yogo vishishyate. Jnanyesa nitya sannyasi yo natveshti na kankshati nirdvandvo hi mahabaho sukham bandhat pramuchyate. Sankhya yoga pratakpala pravadanti na pandita ekam api astita samyak ubayor vindate phalam yat sankhye pratayat sthanam tad yoge api gamyate. Ekam sankhyam cha yogam cha ya pashyati sapashyati sanyasastu mahabaho dukkhamaptum yogata yoga yuktor mane brahma nachirena dikachati yoga yukto vishuddhatma vijayata mam chitendriya sarva bhutatma bhutatma kurvanam api lipyate naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattvavid pashan spunnan prushan jigran ashnan gachan swapan swasan pralapan drishujan gurunan unmisham nimisham api indriyani indirartheshu vartata iti darayan brahmadhyataya karmani sangam tyaktva karotiya lipyatena sapapena padma patram imam vasha kayena manasa buddhya kaivalevindriyarapi yogina karma kurvanti samkhang tyaktvatma suddhayet yukta karma phalam sankatva shanti mapnoti nishtikam ayukta kamakarena phalam sakto nibadyate sarva karmani manasa sannyasatye sukham vishi navedva he pure dehi naiva kurvanna karayan na krutvanna karmani lokasya srujati prabho na karma phala samyogam sambhavastu pravartate nandate kasyachit papam na chaivam sukrutam vibhu ajnanena amritam jnanam tena muhyanti jantava jnanestu tad ajnanam yesham nastyam tmatmana tesham aditya vajnanam prakashayati tatparam tadbuddhisya tatatmanas tadnishta tatparayana gachantiya punaravrittim jnana nirduta kalmasha vidya vinaya sampanne brahmane kavihastini sunichaiva chapake cha pandita samadarshana ihevite jitar sargo yesham samyestinatmana nirdosham hi samam brahma tasmad brahmanite stita na priyasheta priyam prapya no dvichet prapya cha priyam stira buddhira sammudo brahmavid brahmanastita vayaspersha saktatma vidyamatmani yat sukham sa brahma yoga yuktatma sukham akshayam ashnute yahi samprascha cha bhogo dukham yogyani evate आदित्यन्तवन्तु कौन्तेयो न तेषु रमते बुधां शक्नोति एव हासोरुं प्राक्शरीराविमोक्षणात् कामक्रोधोद्भवं वेगं सयुक्ता सन्मुखी नरा सोऽन्यत्या सखोऽन्तरामस् तत्र योगेति एव या स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतादिगच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं रक्षक्षिन् कल्मषा छिन्नन्त्वेता यथात्माना सर्वभूतहिते रता कामक्रोधो विमुक्तानां यतीमां यतचेतसाम् अभित्तो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तते विप्यतात्मनां स्पर्शान् कृत्वा बहिर्भायास् चक्षुश्चैवन्तरे भ्रुवौ प्राणपानो समाकृत्वा नभस्यन्तरचारिणो यतेन्द्रियाणि मनोबुद्धिर्मुनिमोक्षपरायणा विगच्छेपया क्रोधो यः सदा मुक्त एव सा भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकं महेश्वरं सुहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिरिच्छति ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे सन्न्यासयोगो नाम पञ्चमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
I think we should have a round of applause for our reciters. They're amazing. Thank you so much. Friends, I'm only going to go forward with the next story for chapter number 5 if you promise not to cry. Okay? Agreement? I don't see any tears on this one. Something happened in 2023 which caused the most famous people of the country to cry. It was so bad that the Prime Minister of the country had to come and console them. Do you know what I'm talking about? I know you don't want to say it. It's too painful. But yes, India lost the World Cup. Yes, in a stadium in Ahmedabad, where 100,000 people had gathered in the Narendra Modi Stadium. India had the best players. They had the best record. And still they lost. Some say it was the pitch. Some say it was the tactics. Some say it was the selection. Some say it was the grahas. But 100,000 people, along with 1 billion people in the country, were heartbroken when Australia defeated India in the World Cup final. Now I know some of you out there who are heartless, who say, what's the big deal? But you got to understand how this touched people's hearts and how it broke people's hearts. I just want to share with you some of the emotions that the people went through. Yes, it was a hard one to digest for all of us. Defeat is one of the most hard things to accept in life, isn't it? It's so hard to accept it when things don't turn out according to your plan. But what Krishna teaches us in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says you are not in control of the result. In the 5th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is saying that there are 3 doers in this world. The first doer is the soul, but the soul can only desire. The second doer is the Paramatma, and that Paramatma is the one who sanctions. And the third doer is nature, and then nature makes all the arrangements to manifest the plan of divinity. So the souls in Indian bodies were desiring India should win. And the souls in Australian bodies were desiring Australia should win. So ultimately Krishna had to make a decision. And on this occasion, Krishna went with the Australians. Brahmanadhaya karmani sangam tyaktva karodiya lipyate nasapapena padam patram ivam bhasha. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the results unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action, as the lotus leaf is untouched by water. Someone may say it's very disempowering that I'm not in control of my life, but actually it's the exact opposite. If you live with the consciousness that I am the one in control, when you're successful, you'll become proud and complacent. But when you're understanding that divinity controls and you're successful, you'll become grateful and humble. If you think you're in control and you fail, you'll become depressed. But when you know divinity is control, you'll be accepting and determined. When there are difficulties, if you think you're the doer, you'll be angry, you'll blame others. But when you know divinity is controlling everything, you'll become reflective, progressive, look for solutions. When there's change, if you think you're controlling, you'll be nervous and overwhelmed. But when you know divinity is behind me, divinity is helping, then you'll be excited and confident. In challenge, inadequate and weak. But when you know there's a higher power, you'll be empowered and strong. And in your own spirituality, if you think you're the one who is going to perfect your spirituality, you'll feel so far away and hopeless. But when you know Krishna will help, then you'll feel hopeful and achievable. And therefore the beautiful teaching is that Krishna is saying it's better to focus on the process than to obsess about the success. Success in this world is not in a result. Success is doing something with your best effort, your best attention, and your best intention. And once you've given your effort, your attention, and your intention, whatever the result is externally, Krishna says, know for sure, you're already a success.
Shri Bhagavan Vacha Anushrita Karma Phalam Karyam Karma Karotiya Sasanyasi Cha Yogi Cha Nirnir Chakriya Yam Samyasamiti Prahu Yogam Tvam Vitti Pandava Nahi Asanyata Sankalpo Yogi Bhavati Kaschana Arurekshormanir Yogam Karma Karanamuchyate Yoga Udasya Tasyaiva Samakaranamujyate Yada hi nendriyartheshu na karmasmanusajjate sarva sankalpa sannyasi yoga vidastatochyate उद्धारादात्मनात्मानं नात्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैव्यात्मनोर्बन्धुर् आत्मैव विपरात्मनां बन्धुरात्मात्मनस्तस्य येनात्मैवमजाचिता अनात्मनस्तु शत्रुत्वे वर्तेतात्मैव शत्रुवत् चितात्मना प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहिता शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयो ज्ञानविज्ञानतृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रिया युक्तेति उचिते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चन स्पृहुन्मित्रा उदासीन मध्यस्थे द्वेषबन्धुषु सौध्वौ च अपि च पापेषु समबुद्धिर्विवश्यते न योगी युञ्चित सततम् आत्मानं रहस्यस्थिता एकाकी यत चित्तात्मा निराशिरपरिग्रह शुचौदेष्टे प्रतिष्ठाप्य स्थिरमानसमात्मना ज्ञाति उच्चरितं नाति नीचं चैलाग्नं पुरुषोत्तरं तत्रैकाग्रं मनः कृत्वं यतच्यतीन्द्रियाक्रिया उपविश्यन्ते युञ्जात् योगमात्मविशुद्धये समाकार्य शिरोग्रीवं धार्यम् अचलं स्थिरं सम्प्रेक्ष्यं निसिगारस्त्वं दिशा च नवलोकयं प्रशान्तमात्मविगतिभिः ब्रह्मचारी वर्तते स्थिता मना संयम्य मच्चित्तो युक्त आसीत मत्परा युञ्जाते वसदात्मानं योगी नियतमानसा शान्तिं निवान परमं मत्स्थानम् अधिगच्छति नात्यन्त्यस्ति योगस्ति न चैकत्नमनश्नता न च ते स्वप्नशीलस्य जागृतो नैव चार्जुन युक्ताहारविहारस्य युक्तचेष्टस्य कर्मसु यत्नो स्वप्नभवोदस्य योगो भवति दुःखः यदा विनयतं चित्तम् आत्मनेव व्यवस्थिता निःस्पृहा सर्वकामेभ्यो युक्तेति उचिते तथा तथा दीपो निवातस्थो नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यत चित्तस्य युञ्जात् योगममात्मना यत्रो परमात्मे चित्तं निर्दोतं योगसेवया यत्र चैवात्मनात्मानं पश्यन् आत्मनि तुष्यति सुखम् अत्यन्तिकं यत्तत् बुद्धिग्राह्यमतेन्द्रियं वेत्ति यत्र न चैवायं स्थितश्चलति तत्त्वता यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यन्ते नादिकं तथा यस्मान् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते तं विद्यत् बुद्धिसंयोगं वियोगं योगसंजितं स निश्चयेन योक्तव्यो योगो निर्वन्नचेतसा सङ्कल्पप्रभवान् कामास् त्यक्त्वा सर्वान् शेषसा मनस्सैव्य इन्द्रियग्रामं विनियम्य समन्तना शनैः शरैः उरुपमेतत् बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीतया आत्मसंस्थं मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तये यतो यतो निश्चलति मनश्चञ्चलमस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियम्येतत् आत्मनि एव वशं नयेत् प्रशान्तं मनिषामेनं योगिनं सुखमुत्तमम् उपैति शान्त्यव्रजसं ब्रह्मभूतामकल्मषं युञ्जात् योगम् एवं सदात्मानं योगी विगतकल्मषा सुखेन ब्रह्मसंस्पर्शम् अत्यन्तं सुखमश्नुते सर्वभूतस्थितमात्मा सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि ईक्षते योगयुक्तात्मान् सर्वत्र समदर्शना यो मां पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वं च मयि पश्यति तस्याहं न प्रणश्यामि स च मे न प्रणश्यति सर्वभूतस्थितं यो मां भजते त्वात्मस्थिता सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि स योगी मयि वर्तते आत्मन्प्रेम्येन सर्वत्र समं पश्यति योऽर्जुन सुखं वा यदि वा दुःखं स योगी परमो मता अर्जुन उवाच योऽयं योगस्त्वया प्रोक्ता साम्येन मधुसूदन एतस्याहं न पश्यामि चञ्चलत्मां स्थितिं स्थिरं चञ्चलं हि मना कृष्ण प्रमाति बलवदृढं तस्याहं निग्रहं मन्ये वायुरिव सुदुष्करं श्रीभगवानुवाच असंशयं महाबाहो मनो दुर्गृहं चञ्चलम् अभ्यासेन तु कौन्तेय वैराग्येण च गृह्यते असंशयात्मना योगो दुष्प्रापि इति मे मतिः विषयमात्मप्रियतता सङ्कों वाप्तुमुपायता अर्जुन उवाच अयथा श्रद्धयोपीतो योगचालितमानसा अप्राप्य योगसंसिद्धिं कां गति कृष्ण गच्छति कच्छिन्नो वयविभ्राश्चिन्नप्रमिह निश्यति अप्रतिष्ठो महाबाहो विमूढो ब्रह्मणापति एतन्मे संशयं कृष्ण चेतुम् अर्हसि त्वदन्ये संशयस्य स्यात् चेतुं न उपपद्यते भगवानुवाच पार्थ नैवेह नामृत्वा विनाशात् तस्य विद्यते न हि कल्याणकृतः कश्चित् दुर्गतिं तत् गच्छति प्राप्य पुण्यकृतान् लोकान् सस्यं समा शुचिनः श्रीमितां गेहे योगो भ्रष्टोऽपि जायते अथवा योगिनामेव कुले भवति धीमता एतद्धि दुर्लभं तारं लोको जन्म यदिदृशं तत्र तं बुद्धिसंयोगं लभन्ते पौर्वदेहिकं यतते च ततो भूया संसिद्धौ कुरुनन्दन पूर्वाभ्यासेन तेनैव कृतेरि अभियोऽपि स जिज्ञेषुरु अपि योगस्य शब्दः ब्रह्म वितर्तते प्रयाणत्यकर्माणस्तु योगसंसिद्धकिल्बिषाम् अनेकजन्मसंसिद्धस्ततो याति परां गतिं तपस्विभ्याधिका योगी ज्ञानयोगी मतोऽधिका कर्मेभ्यश्चाधिका योगी तस्माद् योगी भवार्जुन योगीनामपि सर्वेषां मद्गतेनन्तरात्मना श्रद्धावान् भजते यो मां समे युक्तामतो मता इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ध्यानयोगो नाम षष्ठोऽध्यायः
हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. Every year they do studies to find out how people are evolving, how their character is changing, how their cognitive functions are working, and how their health is. In 2023, there was a famous study, and this famous study revealed something amazing to the world that probably already most of us know. But this famous study revealed that most of us can now only do this thing for 8 seconds. You know what that is, right? Most people can only pay attention to one thing for no longer than 8 seconds. Because now we are basically living in the age of distraction. This study showed that most people, you know how much data they're bombarded with every single day? 70 gigabytes of data is going into your head every single day. Whether it's social media, whether it's billboards, whether it's people speaking to you, whether it's signs you're seeing as you walk around the world, we're being bombarded with so much data. And basically a study at King's College said that for most people, when they're distracted, their IQ drops by 15 points. And when someone's IQ drops by 15 points, that's equal to an adult becoming a kid. So you may notice, as you become more and more distracted in your life, you actually begin to do more and more childish, nonsensical, irrational, insensitive, and impulsive things. And this, therefore, is one of the biggest problems in the world today. People just can't sit and listen, sit and concentrate, sit and focus. Once I gave a class and someone said, "That was a brilliant class." I said, "What did you like about it?" He said, "You ended on time." Because for some people it's torture. Why are you holding me here for so long? My mind is jumping in 100 places, doing somersaults. Of course, you all are very nice. But let's put you to the test. I'm going to do a concentration test with you. This first one is very, very simple. All you have to do is very simple. Just concentrate. I want you to count the number of times the ball hits the floor. Is that okay?
2, 1.
Come on, concentrate. Six. 0. 30. 26. 24.
So how many times did the balls touch the ground?
30. Well done.
Did you notice the balls change shape? Did you notice the background colour changed? If you notice these changes, were you still able to count the correct number of bounces? Our brains can only take in so much information. We can easily miss things that are clearly in front of us, simply because our brain is busy doing something else.
Okay, so put your hand up if you got 3 out of 3. 30, you saw the ball changing shape and you saw the color change. That's about 3%. Okay, let's get a little harder now. Now, what I want you to do is count the number of times the ball hits the floor, but only in the shaded area. Okay? It's simple, right? Then, sure? Are you sure? 100%, Paka. 10. 9. Oh, 8. The rocket's gonna lift up in a minute.
How did you go this time around? 10 was the correct number. Did you notice the shaded area change shape?
Did you notice this?
What about the background?
Did you notice that?
Did you see the ghost appear?
You didn't see the ghost. You did not see the ghost.
Have you spotted any of these? How did you go with correctly counting the number of bounces?
Basically, this is the situation in the world today that most people, they can't concentrate on many things because our mind is too agitated. And Arjun says the same thing to Krishna. Asamsayam mahabaho manodurni graham chalam abhyasena tu konteya vairagyena chagriyate. O Matiyam, son of Kunti, Krishna says to Arjun, it is very difficult to curb the restless mind, but you can do it by suitable practice and detachment. Now the new year is coming and everyone is looking for a New Year's resolution Today I'm going to offer you one resolution that will change the quality of your life. Today Krishna is telling us, just as important as what you do from 9 to 5 is what you do from 5 to 9. That means 5 p.m. to 9 a.m., just to clarify. What do you do to rest? What do you do to recuperate? And what do you do in terms of rising early in the morning before the world moves, before you're being bombarded by all the distractions of this world? If you take time, abhyasena tu konteya vairagyena chagate. If in the early morning before the world starts distracting you, you spend time doing vairagya, you disconnect from the world, and you spend time doing abhyasa, you practice focusing on the inner world, the spiritual world, the eternal world, then know that by rising early in the morning and doing spiritual practice, you will increase your productivity, you will double your creativity, and you will triple all other efficiency in your life. And therefore Krishna is telling Arjuna that don't neglect to train your mind. In the world today, people just don't spend enough time training their own mind. And therefore Krishna says, yes, you're so focused on your life from 9 to 5, but put a little bit of attention into upgrading your life between 5 and 9, and you'll see what kind of transformation that has in your life. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Can we have one more round of applause for Swami Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj? Can we also have a big round of applause for Prem Sankirtan Prabhu and Bharati? Devotees, this is time where you can have a break. But before you stand, just a couple of things. Firstly, please be conscious and take care of your personal belongings. If you need to, you take them with you. If not, you can leave them where they are, but just be conscious of the safety of your personal belongings. Secondly, we request you to, when you come back from the break, please come and sit in your own space. Please be conscious of that so there's no inconvenience to others. Thirdly, as you can see here, these books, they have beautiful labels. So many of you, I'm sure, have sponsored books today. So during this break, one service we want you to do for Prabhupada is you can collect your labels and you can come and offer them to Srila Prabhupada's altar here. So if you've sponsored books, you can, that I've done today. If you've done it already, your labels will already be here. If you did the sponsorship today, you can come and offer your labels as well to the books that are present on the altar. So please take advantage. Otherwise, the toilets are there. Tea, water, there's a water refilling station if you have your own bottles. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes, and we want you to be back. Thank you very much. Also, Keshav Swami is going to be here on stage. We have a table just on the far right of that room, here. Maharaj's book, the Gita 3, the world famous Gita 3. If you want to pick up a copy, you can pick it up from Roman Prabhu and come here and Maharaj can sign it for you. Today is the day to take advantage of this. Please get your book signed. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Please do not help yourself. Wait for Roman Prabhu to get there before you pick up the books. Thank you very much. They're just there on the book table. Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. If you're bringing in any labels to be put on the altar, we've got Neha Mataji just next to Prabhupada, standing at the end of the hall there. Please just drop your labels to her and we'll be placing them on the altar. So if you've sponsored any books, you would like to place the labels on the altar, give them to Neha Mataji. Hare Krishna. So just to say a little bit about the reciters that we have here. Many of you may know, many of you may not know, but I've heard from very reliable sources that when Bharati was only 7 years old, she could recite the entire Gita. Haribo! And as you can hear her as she recites, many times she's looking just at the picture on the TV screen there. Everything is naturally coming. So we're very fortunate to have her. And our music teacher for School of Bhakti, His Grace, Prem Sankirtan Prabhu, the master on the harmonium. Can we have one more big thank you and round of applause? I hope you're recharged and ready. We request Bharati to please start the recitation for chapter number 7. Hare Krishna.
Shri Bhagavan Vacha Maya Sakta Mana Partha Yoga Yunjit Madashraya Ashamshaya Samakramam Yatha Jnana Sita Chunu Jnanam Teham Visivijnanam Idam Bhaksham Yasheshata Yajñatva Neha Bhuyonyat Jñatva Vyamavashishyate Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kashchit Atati Sittaye Yataptam Api Siddhanam Kashchin Mam Veti Tattvata Bhumirapo Naro Vayu Kammano Buddhirevacha Ahankaramiti Yamme Bhinna Prakrutirashtadha Apariyamitastvanyam Prakrutim Vitti Me Param Jiva Bhutam Mahabaho Yedam Daryate Jagat Etat Yodini Bhutani Sarvani Tyupadaraya Aham Krishnasya Jagata Prabhava Pralayastata Mata Parantaram Nanyat Kinchidas Nimitananjaya Mayi Sarvamidam Proktam Sutre Manigana Iva Rasoham Apsu Kaunteya Prabhasmi Shashi Suryayo Pranava Sarva Vedeshu Shabda Kepam Nusham Nushu Punyo Gandha Pritivyam Cha Tejas Chasmi Vibhavasho Jivanam Sarva Bhuteshu Tapas Chasmi Tapasvishu Bijam Mam Sarva Bhutanam Viddhi Partha Sanatanam Buddhir Buddhir Matamasmi Tejas Tejasvinamaham Balam Balavatam Chaham Kamaraga Vivarjitam Dharma Viruddha Bhuteshu Kavosmi Bharatarshava Nachaiva Satvika Bhava Rajasastamasashtaye Matta eva titan vitti Natvaham teshu ye mai Trivir guramai bhavai Eirebi sarvamidam jagat Mohitam na vijananti Mamebhya paramavyayam Devi esha gunamai Mama maya durattaya Mamevaye prapadyante Maya metam tarantite Namam druskrutino mudha Prapadyante naradhama Mayaya parutadnyana Asuram bhavamashrita Chaturvidya bhajante mam Jana sukrutinarjuna Artho jidnyatsu sartarthi Jnani cha paradavshabha Tesham jnani nitya yukta Iteka bhakto vishishyate Priyo hi jnani nortyartham Aham sachamama priya उदारा सर्व एवेते ज्ञानी तात्मैव मे मतम् आस्थिता सहि युक्तात्मा मामेवानुत्तमां गतिं बहुनां जन्मनामन्ते ज्ञानवान् मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेवां सर्वमिति समात्मा सुदुर्लभा कामस्ते तैर्तज्ञाना प्रपद्यन्ते न देवता तं तं नियमं स्थाय प्रकृत्या नियता स्वया यो यो यां यां तनुं भक्ता श्रद्धया चितुमिच्छति तस्य तस्य चलां श्रद्धां तामेव विद्याम्यहं सतया श्रद्धया युक्तस्तस्याराधनमीहते लभन्ते च तथा कामान् मय्येव विहितान् नहितान् अन्तवत्तु फलं तेषां तद्भवत्यल्पमेधसां देवान् देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्ता यान्ति मामपि अव्यक्तं व्यक्तिमापन्नं मन्यते मामबुद्धया परं भावमजानन्तो ममावयमनुत्तमं नाहं प्रकाश सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृता मूढोऽयं नाभिजानन्ति लोको मामजमव्ययं वेदाहं समतीतानि वर्तमानानि चार्जुन भविष्यानि च भूतानि मां तु वेद न कश्चन इच्छाद्वेषसमुत्थेन द्वन्द्वमोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यान्ति परन्तप येषां त्वन्तगतं पापं जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वमोहनिर्मुक्ता भजन्ते मां दृढव्रता जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतन्ति ये ते ब्रह्म तद्विदुः कृष्णम् अज्ञात्मं कर्म चाखिलं साधिभूतादिदैवं मां साधियज्ञं च ये विदुः प्रयाणकाले च मां ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसाः इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विज्ञानयोगनां सप्तमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Anyone know what is the most expensive city in the world to live in? Switzerland? Any other takers? Hong Kong? Mumbai? New York? London? Wembley? I'm from Wembley. So, yes, actually it said the most expensive city in the world to live in is Singapore. Singapore, Dubai, and Zurich. These are the three most expensive places in the world. It said that actually if you go to Zurich, 27% of people that live in Zurich are millionaires. But in 2023, we saw that it doesn't matter what city you live in the world, basically it's becoming expensive to live everywhere because there is a cost of living crisis. This is actually a reality for most people, even if personally we may not experience it in our life. People, they have to make decisions between whether to eat or whether to have heat in their home. Eating or heating is sometimes a choice that people have to consciously make. And this is going on across the world, Europe and other continents as well. The cost of living is becoming so high. If you were living in London in the 1970s, do you know how much it cost to buy a house? About £20,000. If you were living in London in the 1970s, do you know how much it cost to buy a loaf of bread? 20 pence. If you were living in London in the 1970s, you know how much it cost to buy a car? 1,000 or 2,000 pounds for a Ford Escort. Now you may say, yes, but salaries are going higher. But salaries are not going high enough to match the rising level of commodities and services in this world. And therefore, most people are feeling the crunch. This is becoming a serious problem. Here you can see how things are rising. Of course, when you live in the Brahmacharya ashram, you don't experience the cost of living crisis. But most of you, I'm sure, feel some of this. Today, I'm not going to talk to you about the cost of living crisis in this context. In the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that everyone in this world is existing, but only a few people are living. What we're experiencing in the world today is not the cost of living. What we're experiencing in the world today is the cost of existing. Does that mean it's not so important? The cost of existing is the amount of money that you have to pay for housing, for travel, for food, for clothes, for fuel. That is not the cost of living. That, dear friends, is the cost of existing. What Krishna explains in the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is that if you want to live, then the cost is much higher than just money. The cost of living is that in your life you have to be ready to take a risk. You have to be ready and willing to give up your comfort zone. You have to come out and explore the unknown. Are you ready to pay the price of comfort? That's the cost of living. To live, you need to be disciplined. And that means you need to give up laziness. Who is willing to pay the price of giving up laziness? That's the cost of living. The cost of living is that you need guidance, you need help, you need mentoring, you need coaching, and that means you need to pay the price of giving up pride. The cost of living is that you have to be ready to face opposition, and that means you have to be willing to not just want to conform with everything around you. And the cost of living is that you have to be ready. You have to be okay with failing. You have to give up the fear of failure. And when you pay that price, you can live. So what we're dealing with in the world today is not the cost of living crisis. It's the cost of existing crisis. And that doesn't mean it's not important. It still is important. But what Krishna is explaining is that living is something much deeper. Manushyanam sahasreshu kashkit yatati siddhaye yatatam api siddhanam kashkin mam veti tatvatah. Listen very carefully what Krishna says. Out of many thousands of people in this world, one person may endeavor for perfection. And of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one may know me in truth. What Krishna is basically saying in the Bhagavad Gita is that 99.9% of people in this world are simply existing. But if you really want to live, if you really want to explore and find who you are, what the purpose of life is, that is only a few rare people who will do it. And that is an opportunity that all of us have, but that comes at a cost. And therefore, the purpose of existing is to experience real living. And so, next time someone says we have a cost of living crisis, you can tell them the cost of living, my friend, is something much more than just a figure on a paper.
Arjuna vacha kim tat brahma kim adhyatmam kim karma purushottama adi bodham kim proktam adi devam kim uchyate adi yajnakatam krotram tehesmin madhusudana prayana kale cha katham neyosi niyatatmabhi Shri Bhagavanu vacha aksharam brahma paramam स्वभावोऽध्यात्म उच्यते भूतभाव भवत्कारो विसर्गा कर्म संहिता आदिभूतं क्षरो भावा पुरुषाश्चास्ति दैवतम् आदियोऽन्योऽहमेवात्र देहे देहं वृतां वर अन्तकाले च मामेव स्मरन् मुक्त्वा कलेवरं यः प्रयाति समद्भावं याति नात्र च संशयः यं यं वापि स्मरन् भावं त्यजन्त्यन्ते कलेवरं तं तमेवैति कौन्तेय सदा तद्भावभाविता तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु मामनुस्मरयुध्य च मय्यर्पितुर्मनोर्बुद्धिर्मामवैश्यसि संशया अभ्यासयोगयुक्तेन चेतसा नान्यगामिना परमं पुरुषं दिव्यं याति पार्थानुचिन्तयन् कविपुराणामनुशासितारम् अरोर्णीयासनुस्मरेद्या सर्वस्य धातारमचिन्त्य रूपम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसात् परस्तात् प्रयाणकाले मनसाचलेन भक्त्या युक्तो योगबलेन चैव पूर्वोर्मध्ये प्राणमामेश्च सम्यक् सतं परं पुरुषमपैति दिव्यं यदक्षरं वेदविदो वदन्ति विशन्ति यत्पितरो वीतरागा यदिच्छन्तो ब्रह्मचर्यं चरन्ति तत्ते पदं संग्रहेण प्रवक्ष्ये सर्वद्वाराणि संयम्य मनोरुद्धि निरुद्ध च मूर्ध्याध्यायात्मनं प्राणम् आश्रितो योगधारिणाम् ओमित्येकाक्षरं ब्रह्म व्याहरन् माम् अनुस्मरं यः प्रयाति त्यजन् देहं स यति परमां गतिम् अन्यचेतसा सतं यो मां स्मरति नित्यशः तस्याहं सुलभा पार्थ नित्ययुक्तस्य योगिना मामुपेत्य पुनर्जन्म दुःखालयव शाश्वतं नाप्नुवन्ति महात्माना संसिद्धिं परमां गता ब्रह्म भुवनान् लोका पुनरावर्तितोऽर्जुन मामुपेत्य तु कौन्तेय पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सहस्रयुगपर्यन्तम् अहर्यद् ब्रह्मणो विदु रात्रिं युगसहस्रान्तां देहोरात्रविदो जना अव्यक्ताव्यक्तया सर्वा प्रभवत्यहरागमे रात्रागमे प्रलीयन्ते तत्रैवाव्यक्तसंज्ञके भूतग्रामास एवायं भूत्वा भूत्वा प्रलीयते रात्रागमे वशा पार्थ प्रभवत्यहरागमे परस्तस्मास्तु भावोऽन्यो व्यक्तो व्यक्तात् सनातना यः स सर्वेषु भूतेषु नश्यस्यो न विशस्यति अव्यक्ताक्षर इत्युक्तस्तमाहुः परमां गतिं यं प्राप्य मां निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम पुरुषाः सपरा पार्थ भक्त्या लभस्त्वनन्यया यास्यान्तास्तानि भूतानि येन सर्वमिदं तथा यत्र काले त्वनावृत्तिं चैव योगिना प्रयाया यान्ति तं कालं वक्ष्यामि भरतर्षभ अग्निर्ज्योतिरः शुक्ला षण्मासा उत्तरायणं तत्र प्रयाता गच्छन्ति ब्रह्म ब्रह्मविदो जना धूमो रात्रिस्तथा कृष्णा षण्मासा दक्षिणायनं चत्र चान्द्रमसं ज्योतिर्योगी प्राप्य निवर्तते शुक्लकृष्णे गतीयेते जगता शाश्वते मते एकया यात्मना वृत्तिं कर्तव्या वर्तते पुनः नैते स्थिति प्राप्तजानं योगी मुह्यति कश्चन तस्मात् सर्वेषु कालेषु योगयुक्तो भवार्जुन वेदेषु यज्ञेषु तपस्य चैव दानेषु यत् पुण्यफलं प्रतिष्ठम् अत्येति तत्सर्वमिदं विदित्वा योगी परं स्थानमुपैति चाद्यम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे तत्र ब्रह्मयोगो नाम अष्टमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
There is a type of natural disaster in this world that you can never predict where it will happen, when it will happen, and on what scale it will occur. For generations, scientists have been trying to predict this natural disaster, but even today they can make some forecasts, but they never quite know when it's going to happen. And what is that natural disaster? An earthquake. This year, we experienced in the world one of the most devastating earthquakes in the world, 7.8 on the Richter scale. This is huge. 60,000 people died. 300,000 people lost their home in the matter of seconds. This couple were about to get married just before the earthquake hit. After the earthquake, they returned to the place where they were about to get married. But this time, there was no church. There was no family. There was no money. And there was no one to be with them for the ceremony. That, dear friends, is the reality of the world we're living in. I'm going to show you a video. This is could be disturbing for some people, so please be aware. You have to understand in this video that a few moments before what we see on the screen, people were just going on in life. There was not a care in the world. And then almost instantaneously, this happens.
The damage almost unimaginable. 2 powerful earthquakes struck Turkey and neighboring Syria. 10,000 people are feared dead. Launches aftershocks from the 7.8 quake bring down an entire apartment building. People run for their lives. This reporter is doing a live shot when a strong aftershock hits. He flees with everyone, and when the cameraman turns around, you can see what a close call it was. Then the reporter runs back to help a family emerging from the debris. He grabs a child in his arms and tries to comfort her. The cameras caught another building collapsing. Drone footage shows the scale of the devastation. A desperate search is underway to find victims buried alive.
Someone may say, this is Gita Jayanti, this is a celebration, why are you showing such things? Because in the Gita, Krishna says, Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadi. dukkha doshanu darshanam. If I say to you, go to the temple to take darshan, then you will think I mean go and see Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda. That is definitely a darshan, a vision that you should have. But Krishna says simultaneously the devotee, Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadi, they're seeing that around them, they're having the vision every single day that this world is destructive. This world is volatile. And this world in any moment, anything can change. Every single year, the Collins Dictionary decide a word of the year. And you know the word of the year they chose last year? Perma-crisis. You know what this means? Permanent crisis. They're saying we're living in a world of perma-crisis, an extended period of instability and insecurity resulting from a series of catastrophic events. The interesting thing is that Krishna already said this 5,000 years ago in the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, when Krishna told Arjuna, Mamupetya punarjanma dukhalayam ashashvatam napnuvanti mahatmana samsiddhim paramam gata. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. Krishna rubber stamps this world. The Collins Dictionary may have said perma-crisis. Krishna already said dukkha laya. This is the place of misery. And it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what arrangement you make. It doesn't matter what security you create. Everyone, without discrimination, will be ejected from their position. And therefore, Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita is waking us up to reality. Even if we move into a better cell, we're still in prison. And therefore, Krishna says, the wise people open their eyes. They look at what's going on in this world, and they realize, I'm not meant to be here. Where am I meant to be? Where I can live happily ever after.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha idam tu te guyatamam prabhaksha manusuyave jnana vijnana samhitam yajñatva mokshasem subhat rajavritya rajaguyam pavitram idamuttamam pratyaksha svagamam dharmyam susukham kartumavyayam ashraddhana purusha dharmasasya parantapa aprapya mam nivartante mrityu samsara vartmani maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavaktamurtina matsani sarvabhutani nachaham teshavastita nacha matsani bhutani pashyam me yogamaishwaram bhuta brunna cha bhutasto amatma bhuta bhavana yadakasha stito nityam vayu sarvatra go mahan tatha sarvani bhutani matsani tyupadaraya sarva bhutani kaunteya prakritim yanti mamikam kalpakshaye punastani kalpado visrujamyaham prakritim swamavashtabhya visrujami punah punah bhutagramamimam krishnam avasham prakriter vashat nacha mam tani karmani dibadnanti dhananjaya udasina vadasinam asaktam keshu karmasu maya takshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam हेतुनानेन कौन्तेय जगद्विपरिवर्तते अवजानन्ति मां मूढां मानुष्यं तनुमाश्रितं परं भावमजानन्तो मम भूतमहेश्वरं मोगाशामोगकर्माणो मोगज्ञानाविचेतसा राक्षसीम् आसुरीं चैव प्रकृतिं मोहिनीं श्रुता महात्मानस्तु मां पार्थ दैवीं प्रकृतिमाश्रिता पचन्तन्यन्यमनसो ज्ञात्वा भूतादिमव्ययं शशान्तं कीर्तनं तो मां यतन्तश्च दृढव्रता नमस्यन्तश्च मां भक्त्या नित्ययुक्ता उपासते ज्ञानयज्ञेन चाप्यन्ये यजन्तो मामुपासते एकत्वेन पृथक्त्वेन बहुधा विश्वतोमुखम् अहं कृतुरहं यज्ञ स्वदाहं हम औषधं मन्त्रोऽहं हम एवाज्यम् अहम् अग्निरहं हुतुं पीताहमस्य जगतो माता दाता पितामह वैद्यं पवित्रमोङ्कार ऋक्साम्य यजुरेव च कतिप्रता प्रभु साक्षी निवासा शरणं सुहृत् प्रभव प्रलयस्थानं निदानं बीजमव्ययं तपाम्यहमहं वर्षं निगृणां सृजामि च अमृतं चैव मृत्युश्च सदसच्चाहमर्जुन त्रैविद्या मां सोमपापूतपापां यज्ञैष्ट्वा स्वर्गतिं प्रार्थयन्ते ते पुण्यमासाद सुरेन्द्रलोकम् अश्नन्ति दिव्यान् दिवि देव भोगान् ते तं भुक्त्वा स्वर्गलोकं विशालं क्षिणे पुण्ये मृतलोकं विशन्ति एवं त्रैधर्मम् अनुप्रपन्ना गतागतं कामकामा लभन्ते अन्ययाश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जना पर्युपासते तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेम व्यहाम्यहं ये पन्यतेवता भक्ता यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विता तेऽपि मामेव कौन्तेय यजन्त्य विधिपूर्वकम् अहं हि सर्वयज्ञानां भोक्ता च प्रभुरेव च न तु मावजिजानन्ति तत्त्वेनाचष्टवन्ति ते यान्ति देव वृता देवान् पितॄन्यान्ति पितुर्वता भूतानि यान्ति भूतेज यान्ति मध्याजिनोऽपि मां पत्रं पुष्पं फलं तोयं यो मे भक्त्या प्रयच्छति तदहं प्रत्युपर्तम् अश्नामि प्रयतात्मना यत्करोषि यदश्नासि यज्जुहोसि यदासि यत्तपस्यसि कौन्तेय तत्कुरुष्व मदर्पणं शुभाशुभफलैरेवं मोक्षसे कर्मबन्धनैः संन्यासयोगयुक्तात्मा विमुक्तो मामुपश्यसि सम्मोहं सर्वभूतेषु न मे द्वेषोऽसि न प्रिया ये भजन्ति तु मां भक्त्या मयि तेषु चाप्यहम् अपि चेत् सुदराचारो भजन्ते मामनन्यभाक् साधुरेव समन्तव्य सम्यग् व्यवसितो हि सा क्षिप्रं भवति धर्मात्मा शाश्वच्छान्ति निगच्छति कौन्तेय प्रतिजानीहि नेमे भक्ता प्रयश्यति मां हि पार्थ विभाश्रित्य येऽपि स्युः पापयोनया स्त्रियो वैश्या तथा शूद्रास्तेऽपि यान्ति परां गतिं किं पुनर्ब्राह्मणा पुण्या भक्ता राजर्षयस्तथा अनित्यमसुखं लोकम् इमं प्राप्य भजस्व मां मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामवेश्यसि युक्तैवम् आत्मानं मत्परायणाः इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे राजगुह्ययोगो नाम नवमोऽध्यायः। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Is that the last one? I think this is the last chapter that Bharti is reciting along with Prem Sankirtan. So I think you can give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. for taking us through those verses. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. In 2023, there was one event. Maybe some of you went to it. This event cost 100 million pounds to stage. Do you know what event I'm talking about? The coronation, yes. Can we get to the slide? Okay, we just need a few moments for the slide, so I have to ad-lib something here. Yes, every year there are many, many different events which take place, but this event, of course, we know last year, Her Majesty the Queen, after many, many decades of service on the throne to her country, she passed away in 2022, and therefore 2023 was earmarked as the year where His Majesty King Charles III would take to the throne. So here is the ceremony that took place. It took place in the 900-year-old Westminster Abbey. There were a series of different ceremonies where the king took his oath. He sat in this chair. Do you know this chair is 1,300 years old? Very famous chair. And then he was anointed with different things. And in this way, he swore to serve the country. Tens of thousands of people came. He said that 20 million people watched it on TV. And just in case you're interested, his crown is worth 45 million pounds. And this was the moment that the king was crowned.
God save the king! God save the king!
We're not doing an iPlayer advert here, by the way. Yes, so this was the moment that King Charles was coronated, His Majesty King Charles III. The 9th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is very interesting because it's known as Raja Vidya Guhya Yoga, the chapter which contains the king of all knowledge. It's interesting that what Krishna explains in the Bhagavad Gita is that every single person should actually become a king. Because did you know that every single person on this world is on a conquest? The soul in this world is trying to conquer. The first thing that the soul has to conquer is the mind. The soul has to conquer over pride, the constant tendency to always think, I'm better than someone else. The soul has to conquer over ignorance, the ignorance that covers them within, and also the ignorance that's pervading in society. And there's one more other thing that the soul is trying to conquer. Do you know what it is? The heart of God. Conquering lands is a small task. But if you can conquer over these things, then you're a real king. And therefore, there's a famous story that once a king came to a sage, and the king said to the sage, "Who are you?" And the sage said to the king, I'm a king. And he said, what do you mean? I'm a king. He said, no, I'm also a king. And the king looked at the sage and said, if you're a king, where are all your armies? And you know what the sage said? Titikshava karunika surida sarvadehinam ajata shatrava shanta shadava sadhubhushana. The sage looked back at the king and he said, where are my armies? He said, I don't need any because I don't have any enemies. The king looked at the sage and said, if you're a king, then where's your kingdom? And you know what the sage said? Ihayasya harer dasye karmana manasa gira nikala shvapyavastasu jivan mukta sa uchyate. The sage looked at the king and he said, because my mind, my body, my words are fully engaged in the service of the Supreme Person, I'm not living in this world. By my consciousness, I've elevated myself and I'm consciously living in spiritual space. Wow. The sage was then asked by the king, if you're a king, then where's all your wealth? And the sage looked back at the king and said, Santushta satatam yogi yatatma drida nishchaya. The sage looked at the king and he said, the richest person is not the one who has the most. The richest person is the one who needs the least. And therefore, because I'm santushta, I'm wealthier than you. And in that moment, the king realized that every single achievement that he prided himself upon was actually indicative of something he was lacking within him. And then the king realized, to conquer over kingdoms is a small thing, but to conquer over your mind, your senses, your pride, your ignorance, and to conquer the heart of God, such a person is actually a king. Rajavidya Rajaguyam Pavitram Idamutamam Pratyaksha Vagamam Dharmyam Susukham Kartum Avyayam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. And it is the purest knowledge. And because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. In other words, Krishna is saying, if you benefit yourself by seriously studying the king of education, the king of knowledge, then you'll become a king, because you'll realize the most glorious king conquers the inner territory.
Hare Krishna. If we can please welcome our reciter who will take us through the next 9 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita, His Grace Radha Govinda Prabhu. Again, Radha Govinda Prabhu also has been reciting the Gita for us for many years, so you should be very comfortable. But thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Just before I start, just want to share something quickly. Often, when I do the recitation, people ask me, how do you do it? People say, you recite so eloquently. I'm not blowing my own trumpet. which you'll find out. But people say, like, how do you do it so well? So I'm going to tell you a very quick story, okay? And it involves Keshav Maharaj, of how I learned, okay? So many years ago, many years ago, I used to live in a place called Camberley. It's in Surrey. Some of you may know I used to work there. And this is when the beginning days of my Krishna consciousness, when I was getting into it. And the first book I read was Prabhupada Lilamrita, which is the story of Srila Prabhupada, which is a 2-part book. Somehow, even before I read the Bhagavad Gita, that's the book I read. And I was very inspired because in that it talks about Srila Prabhupada, you know, these books. So he used to like translate the books, he used to do the typesetting, he used to go and buy the paper himself. Sometimes he would skip meals to save money so he could buy paper. And then he would go to the printers, get it printed, and then he would take them and distribute them himself. So this is me in Camberley reading the books, and I'm thinking, well, an old man can distribute books, so can I. I should try it. And this is before the days I knew anything about book distribution was a thing in ISKCON. I thought I was inventing it in 2006, okay? I didn't know anything about marathons, so I picked up a few books which were in my house. I went into Camberley High Street, and I tried to distribute books. So I was there for about 4 hours. I couldn't distribute any books. So I came back. I was a little bit sad. And then I called Keshav Maharaj, who was then Sutapa Prabhu, and I said, Sutapa Prabhu, can I come and stay for a month, and you can teach me how to do books? And he said, sure, why not? So anyway, I stayed there for 10 years. But for the first few years, my service was traveling with him and distributing books. So he taught me. And we used to go everywhere, traveling Sankirtan all over the country. We used to distribute books together, joke together, laugh together, like Arjuna says to Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. We did everything together. We didn't sleep together. Different beds, but sometimes close, but different. And then I was on the street one day, and let me tell you this thing. Have you ever been out to distribute books on the street? Okay, if you have, great. If you haven't, you should try it. But even if you have, you should go once with Keshav Maharaj, okay? Now, I don't know now, he's a sannyasi, so he's very sober and grave and serious. But back in the day, when he was Sutapa Prabhu, he was very animated. He's still animated now. And he used to do this thing he taught me called the fish hook to try and stop people. I said, how do you stop people? He said, you just do the fish hook. So you have to imagine there's an imaginary rod, and then you throw it, and then you sort of reel it in. And then I saw him do this, and people would just walk to him when he did that. And then they would have a nice conversation. He would give them a book and take money, take a donation, and then go. So I thought, I'm going to try the fish hook. So anyway, I saw a guy across the street. I tried the fish hook. He didn't stop. He showed me one of his 10 fingers. I won't tell you which one. And then, anyway, I thought, I'm never doing the fish hook again. So then, anyway, I was trying. Then I asked Sutapa Prabhu, I said, how do you do it? What is the secret? What is the secret of book distribution? And he told me something very profound that I still remember. I don't know if you remember, Maharaj, but he said, there's no science behind it. You just got to keep doing it. I said, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, you just got to keep doing it. When people say no, you just have to go to the next person. The faster you get through the no's, you'll get to a yes. He said, you just have to keep doing it. I said, is that it? He goes, yeah, you just have to keep doing it. So I was like, okay. So I went and I kept doing it. It actually works. Okay. But another thing, let me tell you, if you haven't been out on books with Sutapa Prabhu, Maharaj, you should go. Even if you don't want to distribute books, you just sit on a bench and watch him. Okay, it's just entertaining. You can cancel your Netflix subscription. There's so many different moves he has to try and stop people, and it's just amazing. You could just sit there and watch him distribute books. Just do that. Next time you have a day off or take a day off, just sit and watch him. You don't need to distribute books. Just watch him. That's a good start as well. And then you'll be inspired to do books. Anyway, so I kept, like he said, I kept doing it. I did it for a few years. A few years later, my service changed, but I used to still go out on marathons. And anyway, years passed. I changed ashram. I was still doing books. I was out on Reading High Street one day. And then I thought, I'm going to try the fish hook. I should try it again. So then I saw this girl walk past. So I tried the fish hook, reeled it in, and she came. I'm like, yes, it actually worked. Anyway, she didn't take a book, but she married me. So let me tell you, there's 3 lessons from this story. If you want to recite the Bhagavad Gita nicely, recite something every day. Keep doing it, you'll get better. Even in Krishna consciousness, sometimes you may feel, why am I not moving ahead? What's going on? No, keep doing it. You'll get better. If you want to try books, keep doing it. Okay, that's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2, cancel your Netflix subscription. It's not fun. Just go out with Keshav Maharaj. If you're too scared to distribute books, just sit there and watch him. Okay, even that's better. And number 3, the fish hook works. Okay, so we're on chapter 10 on that note. Chapter 10 is called The Opulence of the Absolute. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shinu me paramam vachaha Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya Na me vidu suragana Prabhavam na maharshayah Aham adir hi devanam Maharshinam cha sarvashah Yo mamajam anadim cha Veti loka maheshwaram Asamuddha samartyeshu Sarva pape pramuchyate Buddhi jnanam asammoha Kshama satyam dama shama Sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo Bhayam cha bhayameva cha Ahimsa samata tushtis Tapodanam yasho yashah Bhavanti bhava bhutanam Matta eva prithak vida Maharshaya sapta purve Chatvaro manavastatha Madbhava manasa jata Yesham loka ima praja Etam vibhutim yogam cha Mama yo veti tatvatah So vikalpena yogena Yujyate natra samshayah Aham sarvasya pabhavo Matta sarvam pravartate Iti matva bhajante mam Buddha bhava samanvitaha Machita madgata prana Bodhayanta parasparam Kathayantasya mam nityam Tushyanti cha ramanti cha Tesham satata yuktanam Bhajatam priti purvakam Buddhi yogam tam Yena mam upayanti te Tesham evanukampartham Aham ajnanajam tamaha Nashamyatma bhavasto Jnana deepena bhasvata Arjuna uvacha Param brahma param dhama Pavitram paramam bhavan Purusham shashvatam divyam Adidevam ajam vibhum Ahustvam rishaya sarve Devarshir naradastata Asito devalo vyasa Swayam chaiva bravishime Sarvameta dritam manye Yanmam vedasi keshava Nahite bhagavan vyaktim Vidur devana danava Swayam evatmanatmanam Vetatvam purushottama Bhuta bhavana bhuteshu Deva deva jagatpate Vaktum arhasya sheshena Divya hyatma vibhutayah Yabhir vibhutibhir lokan Imam stvam vyapasishtasi Katham vidyam aham yogims Tvam sada parichintayan Keshu keshu cha bhaveshu Chintyosi bhagavan maya Vistarenatmono yogam Vibhutim cha janardana Bhuya kathaya triptirhi Shinvato nasti me mritam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Hanta te kathayishyami Divya hyatma vibhutayah Pradhanyatha kuru shreshta Nastyanto vitarasya me Aham atma gudakesha Sarva bhuta shayastitah Aham adischa madhyam cha भूतानाम् अन्त एव च आदित्यानामहं विष्णुर्ज्योतिषं रविरंशुमान् मरीचिर्मरुतामस्मि नक्षत्राणामहं शशि वेदानां समवेदोऽस्मि देवानामस्मि वासवः इन्द्रियाणां मनश्चास्मि भूतानामस्मि चेतना शङ्करश्चास्मि वित्तेषो यक्षराक्षसां वासुनां पावकश्चास्मि मेरुशिखरिणामहं पुरोधासां समुख्यं मां विद्धि पार्थ बृहस्पतिं सेनानिनामहं स्कन्द सरसाम् अस्मि सागर महर्षिणां भृगुरहं गिरिम् अस्म्याख्यम् अक्षरं यज्ञानां जपयज्ञोऽस्मि स्थावराणां हिमालयः अश्वत्थ सर्ववृक्षाणां देवर्षीणां च नारदः गन्धर्वाणां चित्ररथ सिद्धानां कपिलो मुनिः उच्छैश्रवसमश्वानां विद्धि माम् अमृतोद्भवम् ऐरावतं गजेन्द्राणां नराणां च नराधिपम् आयुधानामहं वज्रं धेनूनामस्मि कामधुक् प्रजनश्चास्मि कन्दर्प सर्पानामस्मि वासुकिः अनन्तश्चास्मि नागानां वरुणो यादसामहं पितॄणामर्यमश्चास्मि यमः संयमतामहं प्रह्लादश्चास्मि दैत्यानां कालकलयतामहं मृगाणां च मृगेन्द्रोऽहं वैनतेयश्च पक्षिणां पवनः पवतामस्मि रामशस्त्रभृतामहं झासानां मकरश्चास्मि श्रोतसामस्मि जानवी सर्गानामादिरन्तश्च मध्यं चैवाहमर्जुन विद्यानां वादप्रवदतामहम् अक्षराणामकारोऽस्मि द्वन्द्वसामासिकस्य च अहम् एवाक्षयकालो धाताहं विश्वतोमुखः मृत्युसर्वहरश्चाहम् उद्भवश्च भविष्यतां कीर्तिश्रीवाक्च नारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिक्षमा बृहत्साम तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां सर्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः द्यूतं छलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मिन् व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्त्वं सत्त्ववतामहं वृष्णीनां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामप्यहं व्यासः कवीनाम् उशना कविः दण्डो दमयतामस्मि नीतिरस्मि जिगीषतां मौनं चैवास्मि गुह्यानां ज्ञानं ज्ञानवतामहं यच्चापि सर्वभूतानां बीजं तदहमर्जुन न तदस्ति विना यत्स्यान् मया भूतं चराचरं नान्तोऽस्ति मम दिव्यानां विभूतीनां परन्तप एष तुद्देशतः प्रोक्तो विभूतेर्विस्तरो मया यद्यद्विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमदूर्जितमेव वा तत्तदेवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंशसम्भवम् अथवा बहुनैतेन किं ज्ञातेन तवार्जुन विष्टभ्याहमिदं कृत्स्नम् एकांशेन स्थितो जगत् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे विभूतियोगो नाम दशमोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ravinda, for the heads up. I'll exercise caution from now on when utilizing the fish hook. What is the gambling capital of the world? My God, you said that so quickly. That was like the quickest answer so far. Las Vegas, the place. Maybe we should do the fish hook in Las Vegas, you know, bring in a few millions. Something happened in Las Vegas this year which was monumental. Anyone know? The sphere. This year in 2023, the Las Vegas sphere opened. One of the most iconic buildings in the world, the biggest sphere. You know how many LEDs there are on the outside of the sphere? 1.2 million LEDs. U2 did the first concert in the sphere, the most incredible entertainment arena you can imagine, to a sellout crowd of 20,000 people. This is perhaps the most unique structure in the entire world. I'm not an advertiser for the sphere, by the way, but it is amazing. Take a look.
This is the Sphere, Vegas's newest, most ambitious, and most eye-catching attraction to date. And although its exterior is impressive on its own, what lies inside is actually far more interesting than you might think. Let's take a closer look. The city of Las Vegas is famous for its unique and over-the-top architecture. Its resorts and casinos are some of the most iconic structures in the entire world. From the Venetian to the Bellagio and the MGM Grand, everything about Vegas is built around the idea of magnificence and extravagance. And so, the construction of a building as crazy and ridiculous as the Sphere is just another addition to the city's unique skyline. But what exactly is it, and why is it being built? The Sphere is a music and entertainment arena located just a block away from the world-famous Las Vegas Strip. At more than 100 meters tall and with a diameter of 150 meters across, it now holds the world record for being the largest spherical structure in the whole world. This record was previously held by the Avicii Arena in Sweden. Constructing such a behemoth doesn't come cheap. In its entirety, the project is estimated to cost as much as $2.3 billion. This makes it the most expensive entertainment venue in Las Vegas's history. Given its sheer size and almost perfectly spherical shape, construction was no easy feat. The engineering behind this building required lots of complicated math. But don't worry, we won't go into any detail here, although the developers were nice enough to share the formulas on their website. Yeah, right. Whatever any of this means.
It's amazing what the minds of today can create. The purpose of me showing you the Las Vegas sphere is not to inspire you to go Las Vegas. Personally, I wouldn't recommend it, although I'm sure we have a nice Hare Krishna temple there. What does this have to do with the 10th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita? It has an incredible amount to do with the 10th chapter of the Gita. Because what Krishna does in the 10th chapter of the Gita is he begins to explain to Arjuna that whenever you see something amazing, whenever you see something incredible, whenever you see something that is so awe-inspiring that it makes your jaw drop, then understand that that is just one fragment of my opulence. Krishna says to Arjuna, Yad yad vibhuti mat sattvam Shrimad urjitameva va Tattadeva vagachatvam Mamate jom sasambhavam. Know that all opulent, beautiful and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. So in the 10th chapter of the Gita, what Krishna does is he shows 82 ways in which he is the best of the best. Krishna is the best of the best without doubt. Krishna says in the 10th chapter of the Gita, of all illuminous objects, I am the sun. Among all of the senses, I am the mind. Among bodies of water, I am the ocean. Among immovable objects, I am the Himalayas. And of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. In other words, Krishna is the best of the best. And when you see anything amazing, anything wonderful, it should remind you of Krishna. If we were to bring the 10th chapter into the modern day context, then we could also say, of phones, I am the iPhone 15. Is it? Of cars, I am Tesla, Bugatti. Of holiday destinations, I am I'm Vrindavan, of course. Of cinemas, I am the Las Vegas sphere, for sure. Therefore, when we see amazing things, Srila Prabhupada was with one of his disciples. He was in an airport. And a beautiful air stewardess walked by and he looked at the brahmachari and he said, "She's beautiful, isn't it?" Come on, wow. Are you asking me, telling me, testing me? He was quiet. Srila Prabhupada looked at the disciple and said, "If she's that beautiful, imagine how beautiful the person who created her is." That is Krishna. Therefore, in the 10th chapter of the Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna, when we see the glitter of the world, it can remind us of the glory of God.
So chapter 11, universal form. Now in this chapter, when we get to sort of verse 15, it goes into a description of Krishna's universal form. So it's a different meter, a slightly longer one. You've done that meter before, but it goes all the way, almost. So it's like a song, okay? So hope you're ready for that. Arjuna uvacha mad anugrahaya paramam guhyam adhyatma samyitam yatvayoktam vachastena mohoyam vigato mama bhavapyayo hi bhutanam shruto vistaraso maya tvatta kamala patraksha mahatmyam api chavyayam evam eta yathattvam atmanam parameshvara drashtumichhami te rupam aishwaram purushottama manyase yadi tacchayam maya drishtamiti prabho yogeshvara tato me tvam darshayatmanam avyayam Shri Bhagavan uvacha Pashya me partha rupani shatashotha sahasrasah nana vidhani divyani nana varna kritani cha Pashyadityan vasun rudran ashvino marutastatha bahunydrashta purvani pasyaschyaryani bharata ihaikastham jagat kritsnam pasyadyasa characharam mama dehe gudakesha yachanyaddrashtumichhasi na tumam shakyase drashtum anenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu Pashya me yogameshwaram Sanjaya uvacha Evam muktva tato rajan Mahayogeshwaro harihi Darshayamasa parthaya Paramam rupameshwaram अनेकवक्त्रनयनम् अनेकाद्भुतदर्शनम् अनेकदिव्याभरणं दिव्यानेकोद्यतायुधं दिव्यमल्याम्बराधरं दिव्यगन्धानुलेपनं सर्वाश्चर्यमयं देवम् अनन्तं विश्वतोमुखं दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेद्युगपदित्थिता यदि भासदृशी स्यात् भासस्तस्य महात्मनः तत्रैकस्तं जगत्कृत्स्नं प्रविभक्तम् अनेकदा अपश्यद्देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा ततः स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जयः प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं कृताञ्जलिरभाषता अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवांस्तव देवदेहे सर्वांस्तथा भूतविशेषसङ्गान् ब्रह्मानमीशं कमलासनस्थं ऋषींश्च सर्वान् उरुगांश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहूदरवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्त्ववादिं पश्यामि विश्वेश्वर विश्वरूप किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रिणं च तेजोराशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वां दुर्निरीक्ष्यं समन्ताद् दीप्तानलार्कद्युतिम् अप्रमेयं त्वम् अक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानं त्वम् अव्ययशाश्वतधर्मगोप्ता सनातनस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुताशवक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तम् त्ववा पृथिव्योरिदम् अन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयक्तेन दिशश्च सर्वा दृष्टावाद्भुतं रूपमुग्रं तवेदं लोकत्रयं प्रव्यथितं महात्मन् अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्गा विशन्ति केचिद्भीता प्राञ्जलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्ति उक्त्वा महर्षि सिद्धसङ्गा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुष्कलाभिः रुद्रादित्या वसवो ये च साध्य विश्वेस्विनो मरुतश्चोष्मपश्च गन्धर्वयक्षासुरसिद्धसङ्गा वीक्षन्ते त्वां विस्मितश्चैव सर्वे रूपं महत्ते बहुवक्त्रनेत्रं महाबाहो बहुरूपादं बहूदरं बहुदंष्ट्रकरालं दृष्ट्वा लोका प्रव्यथितस्तथाहं नाभस्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यक्तान्तं दिव्यं विशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वां प्रवथितान्तरात्मा धृतिं न विन्दामि समं च विष्णु स्त्राकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कालानलसन्निभानि दिशो न जाने न लभे च शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास अमी च त्वां धार्तराष्ट्रस्य पुत्र सर्वे सहैवानिपलासङ्गे भीष्मो द्रोणसूतपुत्रस्तथासु सहांस्मदीयैरपि योधमुख्यै वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाना विशन्ति दंष्ट्राकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद्विलग्ना दशनन्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितैरुत्तमाङ्गे यथा नदीनां बहवोऽम्बुवेगा समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीर विशन्ति वक्त्राण्यभिविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगा तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगा लेलीह्यसे ग्रासमाना समन्ताल् लोकान् समग्रान् वदनैर्ज्वलब्धिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत् समग्रं भसस्त्वयोग्रा प्रतपन्ति विष्णु ख्याहिमेको भवानुग्रौपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजनामि तव प्रवृत्तिं श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुम् इह प्रवृत्तः ऋतेऽपि त्वां न भविष्यन्ति सर्वे येव स्थितः प्रत्यनीकेषु योधा तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रून् भुङ्क्ष्व राज्यं समृद्धम् मयैवैते निहता पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भयसव्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथान्यानपि योधवीरान् मया हतांस्त्वं जहिमा व्यतिष्ठा युधस्य जेता शिरणे सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमान किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं स गद्गदं भीत प्रणम्य अर्जुन उवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकीर्त्य जगत्प्रहृष्यत्तनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गै कामाश्चिन्नमिरं महान्तान् गारीयसे ब्राह्मणोऽप्यादिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वम् अक्षरं सत् असत्तत्परं यत् त्वम् आदिदेव पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वम् अस्य विश्वस्य परं निधानम् वेत्तासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप वायुर्यमोऽग्निर्वरुणः शशाङ्क प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रतिपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेऽस्तु सहस्रकृत्वः पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादथ पृष्ठतस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत्र एव सर्वा अनन्तविद्यामि विक्रांस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्वः सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादात् प्रणयेन वापि यच्चावहासार्थमसत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासनभोजनेषु एकोऽथ व्यापच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वमहमप्रमेयं पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्त्यभ्यधिकः कुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽप्यप्रतिमा प्रभाव तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसीदये त्वामहं ईशमीड्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्यु प्रिया प्रियारार्हसि देव शोधुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं ऋषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च प्रव्यथितं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितम् आत्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन दृष्टा पूर्वं न वेदयज्ञाध्ययनेर्न दानेर्न च क्रियाभिर्न तपभिरुग्रे एवं रूपशक्यहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन कुरु प्रवीरा यथा मा विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमिद्रं ममेदं व्यपेतभिप्रीतमना पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपास्य संजय उवाच इत्यर्जुनं वासुदेवस्तथोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयामास भूय आश्वास्यमाशा च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्मि संवृत्तः सचेता प्रकृतिं गतः श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दर्शम् इदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यन्मम देवा अप्यस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदेर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेज्यया शक्य एवं विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवान् असि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्य अहम् एवं विदोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप मत्कर्म कृन् मत्परमो मद्भक्तसङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरसर्वेषु यस मामेति पाण्डव ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे विश्वरूपदर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा
कृष्णा कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. That chapter is perhaps the most difficult chapter of the Gita to recite. I think we need to give Radha Govinda Prabhu a round of applause. That was excellent. That was amazing. What was the biggest Hollywood movie of 2023? Barbie. Yes, 1.4 billion in the box office for Barbie. Barbie became a sensation. But there was one movie which was in second place after Barbie. Oppenheimer. This was Christopher Nolan's movie that he always wanted to make. Oppenheimer is the story of the theoretical physicist who was the father of the atomic bomb. In the 1940s, the US government had enlisted Oppenheimer to develop basically nuclear weapons. That bomb, which he tested in July of 1945, a few months later, in August of 1945, was detonated in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And when that bomb went off in those Japanese cities within a few days of each other, 200,000 people died. Now you may ask, what's the significance of Oppenheimer and the Bhagavad Gita? Well, there's a big link.
Oppenheimer was the emotional and intellectual heart of the Manhattan Project, and more than anyone else, he had made the bomb a reality in just 3 years. Then came the time to test the first nuclear bomb, which announced the birth of the atomic age. On July 16, 1945, Oppenheimer and others gathered at the Trinity Test Site, south of Los Alamos, for the world's first attempted nuclear blast. It was a tense moment. The scientists knew that the bomb they had nicknamed Gadget would shape the future of the world. The anxious Oppenheimer watched from a control bunker as the world's first nuclear explosion erupted. After the bright flash of light, it was observed that Oppenheimer breathed a huge sigh of relief as his team had done it. Conducted in secret, the test worked. As Oppenheimer later recounted in a 1965 interview, the moment had called to mind the line from the Hindu scripture Bhagavad Gita.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that one way or another.
The technology that Oppenheimer...
So this is very, very interesting. When Oppenheimer was studying at Harvard University, it said he became so fascinated in the Bhagavad Gita that he learned Sanskrit just to understand it. Later on, he said the Bhagavad Gita and the teachings of the Gita were one of the top 10 influences in his life. Oppenheimer was the one who was the father of the atom bomb. Whether he wanted to do it, whether he felt regret later, who knows? But when he saw the sight of the bomb going off for the first time, when he detonated, the code name of the bomb was Gadget. And when he saw that scene of the mushroom cloud, then he remembered this scene from the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Because in the 11th chapter of the Gita, Arjuna requests Krishna, "Can you show me your universal form in which everything is consumed?" And Krishna shows that form to Arjuna. And then Krishna describes that form to Arjuna. And when Oppenheimer saw this, then he remembered this. And what does Krishna say to Arjuna when he shows him the universal form? Kalosmi loka kshayakrit pravriddho lokan samahartumiha pravritta ritepi tvam na bhavishyanti sarve yevastita pratyanikeshu yodha. Krishna is showing Arjuna the universal form, and then he says, "Time I am, the great destroyer of the worlds, and I have come here to destroy all people. With the exception of you, the Pandavas, all the soldiers here on both sides will be slain." When Oppenheimer saw that first atom bomb go off, he had two emotions. One was that he thought it was awesome, an awesome sight. And simultaneously, he felt it to be an awful sight. And when Arjuna saw the universal form of Krishna, he thought exactly the same thing, that this is awesome, but this is also awful. time is going to kill everyone. And therefore, the Gita in the 11th chapter teaches us that ultimately time will destroy everyone and everything. Whether it happens in this way or that way, Krishna says, Kalosmi, I'm the destroyer of everything. Nothing in life will ever remain the same. The people around you will change. The fortunes that you have will change. Your body will change. Your capacities will change. The place where you stay will change. And eventually all your identities and roles and different parts that you play in this world, it will all change. Because Krishna says, time I am, the great destroyer. And therefore, in the 11th chapter of the Gita, Krishna teaches us that in the form of time, what do? I take away everything temporary to ultimately help us realize everything that is eternal.
Hare Krishna. As a cherry on the cake, as a speciality, novelty, success of our community, we want to invite one very special devotee who will take us through just the 12th chapter of the Recitation, 12th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. She is only 10 years old. 10 years old. She is one of the students at the Avanti House Primary School. Can we very enthusiastically, wholeheartedly welcome our Vani. So she's going to take us through the 12th. So please give her all your blessings so she can do a nice offering for Srila Prabhupada.
Arjuna uvacha evam satata yukta ye bhaktastvam paryupashate ye chapyaksharam avyaktam tesham ke yoga vittamam. Shri Bhagavan uvacha maye vashye manoye mam nitya yukta upashate shraddhaya parayopetas te me yukta tamamatam ye tvaksharam anirdeshyam avyaktam upashate sarvatra gammachintyam cha kutastam achalam dhruvam saniyam yendriya gramam sarvatra samabuddhaya te prapnuvanti mamevam sarvabhutahite ratam kleshodhikatarastesham avyakta shakta chetasam avyakta hi gutir dukkham deha vaptiravapyate yetu sarvani karmani mayi sanyasya matpara anyeneva yogena mam dhyayanta upashate tesham aham samurdharta mrityur samsaya sagarat bhavami nachirat partha maya veshita chetasam mayeva mana adatsva mayi buddhim niveshaya nivachyashi mayeva ata urdvam na samshaya ata chitam samadatum na shokna shimayi stiram abhyasya yogena tato Mame chaptum dhananjaya abhyasyepi asamartosi madkarma paramo bhavam madartham api karmani kurvam siddhim avapsyasi ataitadapi ashoktosi kartum adyogam ashritam सर्वकर्मफलत्यागं तथा कुरु यतात्मवान् यो हि ज्ञानमभ्यासात् ज्ञानात् ज्ञानं विशिष्यते ध्यानात् कर्मफलत्यागस्त्यागच्चन्तिरनन्तरम् अद्वेष्टा सर्वभूतानां मैत्रः करुण एव च निर्ममो निरहङ्कारः समदुःखसुखक्षमी सन्तुष्टः सततं योगी यथात्मा दृढनिश्चयः मय्यर्पिता मनोबुद्धिर्यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यस्मान्नोद्विजते लोको लोकान्नोद्विजते च यः हर्षमर्षभयोद्वेगैर्मुक्तया स च प्रियः अनपेक्षा शुचिर्दक्षा उदासीनो गताव्यतां सर्वरम्भा परित्यागी यो मद्भक्तः स मे प्रियः यो न हृष्याति न द्वेष्टि न शोचाति न काङ्क्षति शुभाशुभा परित्यागी भक्तिमां यः स मे प्रियः समशत्रौ मित्रे च तथा मानापमानयोः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु समसङ्गा विवर्जिता तुल्यनिन्दास्तुतिर्मौनी सन्तुष्टो येन केनचित् अनिकेतस्थिरमतिर्भक्तिमां मे प्रियो नरः ये तु धर्मामृतं मितं यथोक्तं पर्युपासते श्रद्धानमत्परमां भक्तस्तेतीव मे प्रियः
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे भक्तियोगो नाम 12 हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
If you think Vani did amazing, give her a round of applause. That's amazing. Louder, 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 louder. She's really living up to her name, because Vani means spiritual instruction. So this is Vani, she's living her name. She's reading the Bhagavad Gita every single day, and she's applying the teachings of the Gita every single day. And you know, want to know one other amazing thing about Vani? Is that this month, practically every single day, she has been going house to house, sharing the Bhagavad Gita with other people. If you're lucky enough and she would knock on your door, then you would be amazed by how much courage and compassion and conviction with which she shares the Bhagavad Gita. So thank you very much, Vani. We're very happy with our succession planning program here. Hare Krishna. Okay, they say in the world today, if you have 2 to 5 of this, then you're very, very lucky. You're very, very unique. You're actually someone who is very, very fortunate. You know what I'm talking about? If you have 2 to 5 of these, you're very lucky. Houses? Oh my God. A little more anxiety. 2 houses, 2 phones, too much. Friends. Friends. If you have 2 to 5 good, proper friends in your life, actually you're lucky. Because most people don't have that. 2023 reported that loneliness is at an all-time high. The amazing thing is that we're more connected than ever before, but actually we're further and further apart. Did you know that loneliness is more damaging to your health than smoking 20 cigarettes a day? It's so bad that some years ago in the UK they decided to employ a minister for loneliness. And not just that, there's an organization which is campaigning to end loneliness, and every single year they produce a report on what they're doing to actually help people to connect more deeply with others. If we're honest, many of us will feel sometimes loneliness. They say, alone in a crowd, surrounded by people, but not feeling that we deeply connect to anyone. This, I'm going to show you, are some of the emotions that people go through.
I would sit in my flat and watch people walk by outside my window and then just think, how am I so alone in a place where there are so many people?
Such a vibrant, bursting city full of people, but I feel so lonely. Like I'm the only person who's not with anyone.
The evenings are the hardest. You see people out every night, Instagram the couples and friends, and you just feel like the whole world's at a party that you weren't invited to.
This is actually what many, many people are going through, but what many, many people will not talk to others about. The 12th chapter of the Gita is amazing because Krishna gives us an incredible insight into how to get connected. Most people nowadays are disconnected, but in the 12th chapter of the Gita, Krishna teaches us how to get connected. Today I want to share with you something called relational mathematics. If I asked you 1 + 1 equals, I'm glad you got that right. 1 + 1 equals 2. But let me tell you, in relational mathematics, it's a little bit different. In relational mathematics, 1 + 1 can sometimes equal 0. Because what happens is that one person comes together with another person to exploit that person, to put that person down, to use that person to vent against. And those kind of relationships become toxic relationships. Relationships that we know are not serving us, are not helping us, are not evolving us, yet we don't let go of those toxic relationships. But let me tell you something even more interesting. 1 + 1 can sometimes equal 1 in relational mathematics, because when one person comes to another person, but they're simply acting to get something from that person, and it's about give and take, where really what they're seeing is what they can benefit from that relationship without truly seeking to serve, then those kind of relationships, both parties stay the same. And therefore 1 + 1 equals 1. There's no creativity in that relationship because it lacks selflessness. But in relational mathematics, 1 + 1 can equal infinity as well. When two people come together who have deeply connected with the divine, and when they come together to serve each other selflessly and to help each other in the divine quest, then it becomes a transcendental relationship. For most people in this world, 99.9%, if not 100% of relationships are either toxic or at best transactional. But what Krishna says in the Gita is, if you deeply connect with me, not me, Krishna. If you deeply connect with Krishna first, then by being connected with Krishna, then you can deeply connect with other people. And therefore Krishna says, Advaishta sarva bhutanam maitra karuna evacha nirmamo nirahankara samadukha sukhakshami. In these verses, Krishna is telling Arjuna what kind of character makes one very, very close to Krishna. One who is not envious. We can't be envious of others. One who is a kind friend. One who does not think themselves the proprietor, who has no false ego. One who's equal in happiness and distress, tolerant, satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, mind and intelligence fixed on divinity, on God, on Krishna. Such a devotee becomes very close to Krishna. In the 12th chapter of the Gita, Krishna explains the qualities that we need to imbibe in our character which make us very, very dear to Krishna. And when we connect deeply to Krishna, then we will be able to connect to others in a much deeper, more substantial and rewarding and profound way. And therefore, the 12th chapter of the Gita reminds us to fill the void within. You need to connect with the divinity beyond.
Hare Krishna. Devotees, before we go off to our second break, so you're doing amazing so far. Just a couple of announcements. Once again, please, the same rule applies. As you leave, please do come back to your own sitting places. Please do look after your personal belongings. Now, also, if you're going to the book table, I've just been told that this year, thanks to all of your efforts, we have hit an amazing 3,324 books, Bhagavad Gitas. These are books that will be given out all over the country to different institutions. And I've also been requested to announce that can we please push that figure to 3,500. So only 176 books yet to be sponsored. So please, this is an opportunity for you. Please go to the book table. You can sponsor books. Bring your tags and we'll put them on the altar here. The second opportunity for Dhanam or charity today is if you would like to sponsor the prasad that has been distributed to everyone, you can come and meet me here at the desk. Otherwise, Keshav Swami also will be here on stage. His book table with the Gita 3, the Bhagavad Gitas, if you would like, signed by the author himself. Keshav Swami, you please come and meet him here. We have 10 minutes and we will start the recitation for the next 6 chapters in 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Please stretch out. Have a good break. Hare Krishna. Rama Hare Hare. Dear devotees, this is the last lag. This is where you're most tired, but the nectar will be most relishable. So please give all your heart, your attention. We will request Radha Govinda Prabhu to please lead us through the next 6 chapters. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Yeah, great. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Radha Govinda's mic.
Haribo, am I starting? Hare Krishna, we should make a start. We've got 6 chapters left. These are quite short chapters, except the last one, so I'm sure it'll be the shortest third. So it won't take as long, hopefully. So chapter 13, it's called Nature, the Enjoyer and Consciousness. Arjuna uvacha prakritim purusham chaiva kshetram kshetragyam evacha etad veditum ichchami jnanam gyeyam cha keshava. Shri Bhagavan uvacha idam shariram kaunteya kshetram ityabhidhiyate etad yo veti tam prahu kshetragya iti tadvidaha. Kshetragyam chapi mam viddhi sarva kshetreshu bharata kshetra kshetragyayor jnanam yatta jnanam matam mama tat kshetram yaccha yadrikcha yad vikari yatascha yad sachayo yat prabhavascha tat samashena me shunu. Rishibhir bahudha gitam chandobhir vividhai prithak Brahma Sutra Padeshaiva Hetu Madbhir Vinishchaitaha. Mahabhutanya Hankaro Buddhiravyaktamevacha Indriyani Dashaikam cha Panchachendriya Gochara Ichchadvesha Sukham Dukkham Sanghantas Chetana Dhriti Etat Kshetram Samashena Savikaram Udaritam Amanitvam Madampitvam Ahimsa Kshantirarjavam Acharyopasanam Shaucham Stairyam Atma Vinigraha Indriyateshu Vairagyam Anahankara Evacha Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadhi Dukkha Doshanudarshanam Asaktiranabhishvanga Putradara Grihadishu Nityam cha samachittatvam ishtanishtopapatishu Mai chananya yogena bhaktir avyabhicharini Vivikta desha sevitvam aratir jana samshadi Adhyatma jnana nityatvam tattva jnanartha darshanam Etagyanamiti proktam ajnanam yaddatonyatha Yattet pravyakshami Yagyatva-mritam-ashnute Anadimat param brahma Na sattanna saduchyate Sarvata panipadam tat Sarvatokshi shiromukham Sarvastra shutimalloke Sarvamavritya tishtati Sarvendriya gunabhisham Sarvendriya vivarjitam Asaktam sarvabrachaiva Nirgunam gunabhoktracha Bahirantasya bhutanam acharam charamevacha Sukshmatvattad vigyeyam durastham chantike chatat Avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktim iva chesatam Bhutabhatra satagyeyam grasnishu prabhavishnu cha Jyotisham api tajyotis tamasa paramuchyate Jnanam gyeyam jnanagamyam Hridi sarvasya vishtitam Iti kshetram tatha jnanam Gyeyam choktam samasataha Madbhakta etad vigyaya Madbhavayopapadyate Prakritim purusham chaiva Vidyanadi ubhavapi Vikaramscha gunamschaiva Vidhi prakriti sambhavan कार्यकारणकर्तृत्वे हेतु प्रकृतिरुच्यते पुरुष सुख दुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतुरुच्यते पुरुष प्रकृतिस्थो हि भुङ्क्ते प्रकृतिजान् गुणान् कारणां गुणसङ्गोऽस्य सद् असद्योनिजन्मसु उपदृष्टानुमन्ता च भर्ता भोक्ता महेश्वरः परमात्मेति चाप्युक्तो देहेऽस्मिन् पुरुषः परः य एवं वेत्ति पुरुषं प्रकृतिं च गुणैः सह सर्वथा वर्तमानोऽपि न स भूयोऽभिजायते नात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचिद् आत्मानमात्मना अन्ये सांख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे अन्वेत्वेवं जानन्त श्रुत्वा नेभ्यः उपासते तेऽपि चातितरन्त्येव मृत्युं श्रुतिपरायणः यावत् सञ्जायते किञ्चित् सत्त्वं स्थावरजङ्गमं क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञसंयोगात् तद्विद्धि भरतर्षभा समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यत् स विनश्यन्तं यः पश्यति स पश्यति समं पश्यन् हि सर्वत्र समवस्थितमीश्वरं न हिनस्त्यात्मनात्मानं ततो याति परां गतिं प्रकृत्यैव च कर्माणि क्रियमाणानि सर्वशः यः पश्यति तथात्मानम् अकर्तारं स पश्यति यदा भूतपृथग्भावम् एकस्थम् अनुपश्यति तत एव च विस्तारं ब्रह्म सम्पादयेत् तदा अनादित्वान् निर्गुणत्वात् परमात्मायम् अव्ययः शरीरस्थोऽपि कौन्तेय न करोति न लिप्यते यथा सर्वगतं सौक्ष्म्याद् आकाशं नोपलिप्यते सर्वत्र अवस्थितो देहे तथात्मानोपलिप्यते यथा प्रकाशयत्येक कृत्स्नं लोकम् इमं रविः क्षेत्रं क्षेत्री तथा कृत्स्नं प्रकाशयति भारत क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोरेवम् अन्तरं ज्ञानचक्षुषा भूतप्रकृतिमोक्षं च ये विदुर्यान्ति ते परम् ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे प्रकृतिपुरुषविवेकयोगो नाम त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Hare Krishna. So we're into the last 6 chapters. How's everyone doing? Okay? Feel energized? These are the final instructions that we're going to draw from the Bhagavad Gita. The next thing I want to share with you, on face value, when you hear it, you think that's a great thing. But when you think more deeply about it, you will see that it reveals a huge problem. 2023 was the highest for one thing. Anyone know? That's quite general actually. I should give you more clues. The clue is that this was the highest thing, and when I tell you this was high, at face value you may think, especially living in London, this is a great thing. But it's actually a huge problem. Temperature. Did you know that 2023 was the hottest year on record? Now you're thinking, that's great. I mean, I wish there was a better sun today as well. I think the hottest recorded day in 2023 was in Death Valley, something like 55 degrees Celsius. But this reveals a huge problem. There are huge environmental issues in the world we're living in today, and more groups are being active to address and make people aware. One of those groups is Just Stop Oil. Now, whether you agree with their tactics or not, that's a different thing. But they were very, very active in basically sharing with the world, opposing fossil fuels, and basically encouraging people to go towards more renewable sources of energy. They did direct action, civil disobedience, there were publicity stunts. Some people were happy with what they did and some people were not happy. Regardless, the point is there is a huge environmental issue on our hands, and each one of us has a responsibility to improve the situation. This group decided to do it by blocking roads. And some people were not happy with that. They created miles of tailbacks, blocking roads, opposing oil. So what does this all mean? In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is basically teaching us that just as we have the tendency to forget God, just as we have the tendency to ignore divinity, we also have the tendency to ignore God and divinity, who is the source of this beautiful earth which nourishes us. In Vedic teaching, it is explained that there are 7 mothers. We know of our biological mother, but according to Vedic teachings, Earth, Bhumi, Mother Earth, is also one of our mothers, because she nourishes us, she protects us, she provides shelter, and she basically gives us everything we need on this journey of life. Yet how ungrateful we can be in how we then reciprocate with the kindness of Mother Earth through exploiting and engaging resources in a wasteful way. And therefore, what we've seen this year is so much air pollution, destructive wildfires, polar caps melting, hurricanes, flooding, and all of this is a reaction to the exploitation of Mother Earth. And what Krishna explains in the Bhagavad Gita, and especially the 13th chapter, is he explains that this nature is his divine energy. Here is what Krishna says to Arjun. Prakritim purusham cheva vidyanadi ubhavapi vikarams chagunams cheva vidhi prakriti sambhavan. Krishna says material nature and the living entities should be understood to be beginningless. Their transformations and the modes of matter are products of material nature. So what Krishna is saying is, just as we come from God, the living entities, we would think twice about exploiting another living being. But Krishna says, just as you would never exploit another living being, you should not exploit material nature, because both are beginningless, both are of divine origin. And if you depersonalize nature, if you objectify nature, then what will happen is at the very next step you'll begin to exploit nature. And therefore, our teachers always remind us that we have to be very, very sensitive in terms of how we're reciprocating with the love of Mother Nature. One time Srila Prabhupada was walking in a temple and he stopped and he looked at the devotees and he said, I am seeing, but you are not seeing. So everyone was thinking, like, what is Srila Prabhupada seeing? Maybe it's Krishna in his four-handed form. Or maybe it's some mystical vision of the spiritual world. Or maybe he's seeing Krishna play the flute. And then Srila Prabhupada said, there's nobody in that room and someone has left the light on. Prabhupada was saying, why are you misusing the resources of Mother Nature, which are so kindly and selflessly being given to you? And therefore, what we're seeing in the world is that with the rise of atheism and with the rise of this notion that there is nothing divine, that there is no spirit, and everything is just matter, at the very next step, what you see people will do is they'll just exploit nature. And therefore, in the 13th chapter of the Gita, Krishna tells us, if we think everything is matter, then at the very next thing, we'll think nothing matters. As soon as you take divinity out of nature, then you will begin to exploit nature, and that is the basic problem of the world that we're living in.
Chapter 14, the three modes of material nature. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Param Bhuya Pravakshyami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yagyatva Munaya Sarve Param Siddhim Itogata Idam Jnanam Upashritya Mama Sadharmyam Agata Sarge Pinopajayante Pralayena Vyathanti Cha Mama Yonir Mahad Brahma Tasmin Garbham Dadamyaham Sambhava Sarva Bhutanam Tato Bhavati Bharata Sarva Yonishu Konteya Murtyaya Sambhavantiya Tasam Brahma Mahadyonir Aham Bija Padapita Sattvam Rajastama Iti Guna Prakriti Sambhava Nibadnanti Mahabaho Dehe Dehinam Yayam Tatra Sattvam Nirmalatvat Prakashakam Anamayam Sukha Sangena Badnati Jnana Sangena Chanagha Rajo Ragatmakam Viddhi Trishna Sangha Samudbhavam Tanni Badnati Konteya Karma Sangena Dehinam Tamastvajnanajam Viddhi Mohanam Sarva Dehinam Pramadalasya Nidrabhis Tanni Badnati Bharata Sattvam Sukhe Sanjayati Raja Karmani Bharata Jnanam Avritya Tutamaha Pramade Sanjayatyuta Rajastamas Chabhibhuya Sattvam Bhavati Bharata Rajasattvam Tamasyaiva Tamasattvam Rajastata Sarvadvareshu Dehesmin Prakasha Upajayate Jnanam Yada Tada Vidvad Vivridham Sattvamityuta Lobha Pravrittirarambha Karmanam Asamaspriha Rajasyetani Jayante Vivriddhe Bharatarshaba Aprakasho Pravritisya Pramado Moha Evacha Tamasyetani Jayante Vivriddhe Kurunandana Yada Sattve Pravridetu Yati Dehabrid Tadottama Vidam Lokan Amalan Pratipadyate Rajasi Pralayam Gatva कर्मसङ्गीषु जायते तथा प्रलीनस्तमसि मूढयोनिषु जायते कर्मणा सुकृतस्युः सत्विकं निर्मलं फलं रजसस्तु फलं दुःखम् अज्ञानं तमसः फलम् तेज्ञानं रजसो लोभ एव च प्रमादमोहो तमसो भवतो ज्ञानमेव च ऊर्ध्वं गच्छन्ति सत्त्वस्ता मध्ये तिष्ठन्ति राजस जगन्या गुणवृत्तस्था अधो गच्छन्ति तामस नान्यं गुणेभ्यः कर्तारं यदा द्रष्टानुपश्यति गुणेभ्यश्च परं वेत्ति मद्भावं सोऽधिगच्छति गुणानेतानतीत्यात्रिन् देहि देह समुद्भवं जन्म मृत्यु जरा दुःखे विमुक्तो मृतमश्नुते अर्जुन उवाच केलिङ्गे स्त्रीन् गुणानेतान् अतीतो भवति प्रभो किम् आचर कथं चैतां स्त्रीन् गुणान् अतिवर्तते श्रीभगवानुवाच प्रकाशं च प्रवृत्तिं च मोहम् एव च पाण्डव न द्वेष्टि सम्प्रवृत्तानि न निवृत्तानि काङ्क्षति उदासीनो वदासीनो गुणैर्यो न विचाल्यते गुणा वर्तन्त्य इत्येवं यो वतिष्ठति नेङ्गते समदुःखसुखस्वस्थ समलोष्टास्मकाञ्चनः तुल्यप्रिया प्रियो धीरस्तुल्यनिन्दात्मसंस्तुतिः मानपमानयोस्तुल्यस्तुल्यो मित्रारिपक्षयोः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते मां च यो व्यभिचारेण भक्तियोगेन सेवते स गुणान् समतीत्यैतान् ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मणो हि प्रतिष्ठाहम् अमृतस्य व्ययस्य च शाश्वतस्य च धर्मस्य सुखस्यैकान्तिकस्य च ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे गुणत्रयविभागयोगो नाम चतुर्दशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
There is some good news coming. Just wait. Not quite yet, but it's coming. There's a type of crime in this world which costs the world $5 trillion every single year. Do you know what kind of type of crime I'm talking about? One clue is I don't have one of them. Yes. White collar crime. White collar crime means crime which doesn't seem to be aggressive or harmful towards any particular individual, but it's actually deeply devious. White collar crime means things like corruption, fraud, money laundering, and so on and so forth. And this year, one of the biggest cases of fraud in the world happened when Sam Bankman-Fried, the king of crypto, someone who, a billionaire with so many businesses, was found to be misusing and misappropriating people's money, and now faces up to 110 years in jail. The fraud that he done was one of the biggest frauds in American history. And you want to know how old Sam Bankman-Fried is? 31 years old. Sound? It's unspeakable what he did. Is the sound working? Okay, let's try again.
There is another late-breaking story as we're on
There it
air
goes.
tonight of a
It's
financial
breaking.
fraud trial of former cryptocurrency billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried. Here's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis with the verdict tonight.
Tonight, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried, once celebrated as the golden boy of cryptocurrency, found guilty in his criminal fraud trial by a federal jury in Manhattan. At trial, prosecutors argued Bankman-Fried knowingly used at least $10 billion of customer funds without permission to cover losses for his other company, Alameda Research, and to fund his lavish lifestyle. Their star witness, Caroline Ellison, Bankman-Fried's ex-girlfriend and former business partner, who took a plea deal, told the court he set up the systems and directed her to take customer money to repay loans. Bankman-Fried also testifying in his own defense during his cross-examination, telling the court he couldn't recall events more than 140 times. But he repeatedly denied he knew FTX funds were being used improperly. Last year, he spoke with our George Stephanopoulos.
Are you worried about going to jail? There are a lot of things that are worrying me right now. I'm trying to focus on what I can do going forward to be helpful.
This is incredible. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita 14th chapter that there are 3 energies in this world. Krishna says there is sattva or goodness, there is rajas or passion, and there is tamas or ignorance. And when these energies overcome someone, then it influences their behavior in different ways. And this is what Krishna says happens when one is overcome by the mode of passion. Lobha pravrittirarambha karmana mashamashpriha rajase tani jayante vivride bharatarshabha. Krishna says that when the mode of passion increases within someone, the symptoms of great attachment, fruitive activity, intense endeavor, and uncontrollable desire and hankering develop. We are all prone to being overcome by passion. And when this passion overcomes us, we lose all of our discrimination. We lose all of our good wisdom. And we begin doing, saying, and thinking and acting in ways which ultimately destroy ourselves. When Srila Prabhupada came to America, he recited a poem. He composed a poem and recited it. And in the second line of that poem, as he's looking on the skyline of Manhattan, Srila Prabhupada says, Raja Stama Guna Era Sabayaya Chan Vasudeva Katha Ruchi Nahese Prashan. He said, most of the population is absorbed in the material modes of passion and ignorance, and thus they have no taste to spiritually endeavor for something higher. Instead, they're just entangled in the petty, transitory, ephemeral affairs of this world. And so, Krishna is reminding us through all of these situations in the world that we see, that when the mode of passion overcomes you, you will do the most irrational things. And therefore, if one is wise, one will take a close look at the Bhagavad Gita and learn the science of how to go beyond ignorance, how to go beyond passion, and how to situate oneself in goodness, and from there develop spiritual consciousness. And if we don't learn this science, then we will be susceptible to doing things like all these personalities that we see in the world. The richest person is not the one who has the most, but it's the one who needs the least.
Chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme Person. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdhvamulam Adashakham Ashvattam Prahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Parnani Yastam Veda Savedavid Adhaschodhvam Prashratastasya Shakha Guna Pravriddha Vishaya Pravala Adhascha Mulanyanusantatani Karmanubandhaini Manushya Loke Na Rupamasye Hatatopalabhyate Nanto na chadir na cha sampratishtha Ashvattamenam suvirudamulam Asanga shastrena dridena chitva Tata padam tat parimargitavyam Yasmin gatana nivartanti bhuyaha Tam eva chadyam purusham prapadye Yata pravritti prashrita purani Nirmama moha jita sanga dosha Adhyatma nitya vinivritta kama Dvandver vimukta sukha dukkha samyer Gacchantya mudha padam avyayam tat Na tad bhashayate suryo na shashanko na pavakaha Yadgatvana nivartante taddama paramam mama Mamevamsho jivaloke jiva bhuta sanatanaha Manashashtan indriyani prakritisthani karshati Shariram yadavapnoti yachapyutkramati shvaraha Grihitvaitani samyati vayurgandhani vashayat Shrotram chakshusparshanam cha rasanam granameva cha Adhisthaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate Uktramantam stitam vapi punjanam va gunavitam Vimudhananu pashyanti pashyanti jnana chakshusha Yatanto yoginaschainam pashyantatmanyavastitam Yatantopya kritatmano nainam pashyantya chetasaha Yaddaditya gatam tejo jagad bhasayate khilam Yatchandramasi yatchagno tattejo viddhi mamakam Gamavishya cha bhutani dharayamyaham Pushnami chaushadhi sarva somo bhutva rasatmaka Aham Vishwanaro bhutva praninam deham ashrita Prapanravistanapracha panchanyam anam Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishto Matta smritirgyanam apohanam cha Vedaischa sarvairaham eva vedyo Vedanta krit vedavid eva chaham Dvavimo purusho loke Ksharaschakshara eva cha Kshara sarvani bhutani Kutastokshara uchyate Uttama purushastvanya Paramatmetyudaritaha Yo lokatrayamavishya Bibartyatyavahishvaraha Yasmatkharam atitoham Aksharaadapi chottamaha Atosmi loke vedecha Pratita purushottamaha Yo mamevam asammurdho Janati purushottamam Sa sarvavid bhajati mam Sarva bhavena bharata Iti guhyatamam shastram Idam uktam maya naga Etad buddhva buddhiman syat Krita krityascha bharata Om Tat Sad iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Purushottama Yogo Nama Panchadashodhyayaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Okay, there are two more stories which are a little difficult. And you may be thinking, why so many difficult stories? Why so many stories which bring our energy down? Why so many stories which are so heavy? Well, there's 2 points here. First thing is that I'm following the themes of the Bhagavad Gita. So these are the things that Krishna talks about in the Bhagavad Gita, and therefore, whether we like them or we don't like them, clearly they are important things for us to grasp deeply within our consciousness. And it's very interesting because the themes of the Bhagavad Gita are closely followed by the news stories of what you see in the world. So naturally, the headlines follow the themes that Krishna speaks about in the Gita, because who can be more relevant? Who can be more on point? Who can hit the nail on the head better than Krishna? Therefore, 2 more stories, and then we'll turn it around, hopefully. What do you think is the happiest country in the world? France? Tokyo? The happiest country in the world. Every March, on the 20th of March, a World Happiness Survey is released every single year. And that happiness survey is conducted by the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. I got that from Wikipedia. And they look at 6 things. If there is a country which has social support, if there is a country in which there is good income, health, freedom, generosity, and absence of corruption, those are the 6 indexes which they use to measure which is the happiest country in the world. And for 6 years straight, the same country has emerged as the happiest country in the world. And that country is Finland. According to the World Happiness Report, Finland is the happiest country in the world. They rank all of the countries all the way down the list. And in a minute I'm going to show you the list. But when you see this list, I'm going to show you the top 10 countries. And I'm going to ask you whether there's something that stands out to you when you see that list. Okay? I'm going to show you in a minute the 10 apparently happiest countries in the world. And tell me if you spot something interesting. Spot anything interesting here in the top 10? These are the 10 happiest places in the world to live. Anything interesting to you? Anything stands out? Put up your hand and the number of fingers, not like 1, as Radha Govinda got, but tell me which number on this list is interesting for you. 4. This is interesting, isn't it? This was in March 2023. Israel was ranked the 4th happiest place in the world to live. And 7 months later, in October, what happens? when paramilitary wings of Hamas launch military attacks on Israel, the fourth happiest, so-called happiest country in the world to live in is reduced to this. This is supposedly the happiest country, the fourth happiest country in the world. This is what goes on. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but this is reality. Happiness in this world is so fleeting. Situations are so temporary. And what Krishna explains in the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is that this world is a reflection. It's a reflection, a perverted reflection of the eternal reality that we're meant to be situated in. That beautiful reality is the spiritual world, where every step is a dance, where every word is a song. Can you imagine if every step is a dance in the spiritual world? Imagine what dancing in the spiritual world is like. And imagine if every word in the spiritual world is a song. Imagine what singing is like. But now, where are we? We are in the reflection, the perverted reflection. The dukhalayam ashashvatam, as Krishna explained, the forest of material enjoyment, so-called enjoyment, the forest of so-called material happiness. Therefore, Krishna explains to us, Mamevamsho jivaloke jivabhuta sanatana manasastandriyani prakriti stani karshati. Please let us think deeply about this. Krishna says, the living entities in the conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. But because they're living in this world, because they're surrounded by this energy, they're struggling very, very hard with the six senses, which include the mind. The environment and our own senses and mind are constantly causing us to struggle. And therefore, again, the world, when we read all the news, we shouldn't just read a story or statistics or numbers or just think, oh, that's something that happens on the other side of the world, but it's got nothing to do with me. It is the whole world. Imagine you're in a boat and there's a hole in one side of the boat. And you say, it's all right, at least the hole is not in my side. Well, I'm sorry, my friend. That is a terrible way of looking at it. Because whether the hole is on your side, on the other side, the point is there's a hole. And everyone's going to go. Therefore, Krishna says, again, when we look at the news, when we see what's going on in the world, it should generate an urgency within us to deeply understand that instead of pursuing dreams in the illusion, a wise person should try to find reality in transcendence.
Chapter 16, the divine and demoniac natures. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samsuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastitihi Danam Damascha Yagyascha Swadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodhas Tyaga Shantir Apeshunam Daya Bhutvesha Loluptvam Madhavam Rir Achapalam Tejakshama Dhriti Shaucham Adroho Nati Manita Bhavanti Sampadam Devam Abhijatasya Bharata Dambo Darpo Bhimanasya Krodha Parishamevacha Agyanam Chabhijatasya Partha Sampadamasurim Devi Sampad Vimokshaya Nibadhyaya Surimata Mashucha Sampadam Devim Abhijatosi Pandava Dvau Bhuta Sargolokesmin Deva Asura Evacha Devo Vistarasha Prokta Asuram Partha Meshruno Pravritim Cha Nivritim Cha Jana Na Vidurasuraha Na Shaucham Napi Chacharo Na Satyam Teshu Vidyate Asatyam Apratishtham Te Jagat Ahur Anishwaram Aparaspara Sambhutam Kim Manyat Kama Hetukam Etadrishtim Avastabhya Nashtatmanolpabuddhayaha Prabhavatyantugrakarmana Kshayaya Jagato Hita Kamamashritya Dushpuram Dambha Manamadanvita Mohad Gridhitva Sadgrahan Pravartante Shuchivrata Chintam Aparimeyam Cha Pralayantam Upashritaha Kamopabhoga Parama Etavad iti Nishchita Asha Pasha Shater Baddha Kama Krodha Parayana Ihante Kama Bhogatam Anyayitna Vrithayasana Idam Adya Maya Labdam Imam Prapsye Manoratham Idam Atsistam Epi Me Bhavishyati Punardanam Aso Maya Hata Shatrur Hanishye Chaparam Api Ishvaroham Aham Bhogi Siddhoham Balavan Sukhi Adyo Bijanavanasmi Konyosti Sadrasho Maya Yakshye Dasyami Modishya Ityagyana Vimohita Aneka Chitta Vibranta Moha Jala Samavrita Prakashata Samabhogeshu Kvatanti Narakeshu Cho Atma Sambhavita Stabda Dhana Mana Madanvita Yajante Nama Yagyaiste Dambha Vineta Purvakam Ahankaram Balam Darpam Kamam Krodham Cha Samshrita Mam Atma Paradeheshu Pradvishanto Bhyasuyaka Tanham Dishita Kruran Samshareshu Naradamam Kshipam Yalcha Srama Shubham Asurishveva Yonishu Asurim Yonimapanna Muda Janmani Janmani Mama Prapyaiva Konteya Tato Yantyadamam Gatim Trividam Narakasyedam Dvaram Nashanamaatmanaha Kama Krodha Tatha Lobhas Tasmad Etatrayam Tyajet Eter Vimukta Konteya Tamo Dvare Stribirnara Acharatyatmana Shreyas Tato Yati Param Gatim Yashastra Vidimutsrijya Vartate Kamakaradaha Na Sasiddhim Avapnoti Na Sukham Na Param Gatim Tasmachastram Pramanam Te Karya Karya Vyavastito Gyatva Shastra Vidanoktam Karma Kartum Niharhasi Om Tat Sat Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Daivasura Sampad Yoga Nama Sadashodhyayaha Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare.
I was doing some research to find out what was the most peaceful time in history. Anyone know? Clearly I didn't promote ChatGPT enough, otherwise you'd be on your phone checking. Apparently the most peaceful time in the history of the universe, or whatever, however long that goes, history, was 27 BC, Pax Romana, the time of the Roman Empire. He said that at that time there were the least amount of wars and strife and difficulties and conflicts and friction. But practically they say, for the last 2,000 years, there has not been 1 year without an armed conflict between two groups of people. 2023 was very, very significant because of something called the doomsday clock. Does anyone know what the doomsday clock is? A clue is it's connected to Oppenheimer, who we talked about in the 11th chapter. Because basically what happened is when they created nuclear weapons in the 40s, then Einstein, amongst others, decided to create something called the doomsday clock. And the idea was every year they would adjust the clock. And if the clock would ever reach midnight, then it would signify global meltdown, the end of the world. And what they would use every year is look at all the different things going on in the world and see how volatile the world is. And if the world would be more volatile, then they would move the clock further towards midnight. So in 1940s, they set the clock at 7 minutes to midnight. This year, the clock was reset. And you want to know what the clock says on the doomsday clock in 2023? 90 seconds to midnight. This is basically the closest that the earth has been to midnight. Why is this going on? Primarily because of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the threat that some of these countries will begin to use their nuclear warheads against each other. Now more and more countries around the world are developing nuclear weapons. And there is a great threat that if one of them uses, then the others in retaliation will also use. And perhaps that could signify destruction on a mass level.
Atomic scientists have reset the so-called doomsday clock to 90 seconds to midnight, meaning they think the world is closer to ending than ever before. But what is the doomsday clock? It's a design the scientists use to tell the public how close they think we are to destroying the planet. Nuclear technology and climate science experts discuss the world events each year and work out where to move the clock's hands. The closer they place them to midnight, the closer they think we are to the threat of annihilation. Albert Einstein was among the scientists who created the clock in 1947. When it first started ticking, it sat at 7 minutes to midnight, but just 2 years later, when the USSR tested its first atomic bomb, the hands were moved to 3 minutes to midnight. In 1991, as the Cold War cooled down, the clock was set at its furthest time from catastrophe, 17 minutes to midnight. In the years since, the clock's hands have creeped closer to midnight. In 2020, geopolitical tensions and the climate crisis pushed the hands to just 100 seconds to midnight. But now, in 2023, the panel warned that humanity's existence is at greater risk than ever before, largely as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
So this is what's going on. This relates to the 16th chapter of the Gita, because in the 16th chapter of the Gita, Krishna explains that there are two basic natures in this world. a Devi Sampada and a Asura Sampada. There is a divine nature and there is a demoniac nature. The interesting thing is that the divine and demoniac can coexist within the same person. In some ancient traditions, they say there's a good dog and a bad dog inside of you. And whichever one you feed is the one that will bark the loudest. So therefore, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Etam drishtim avashtabhya nashtat manolpa buddhaya prabhavantyugra karmana kshayaya jagato hita. Krishna says, following such atheistic conclusions, the demoniac, who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence, engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world. Long before they came up with the doomsday clock, Krishna already explained that when you have people in the world who have a certain drishti, you see this word here, etam, drishtim. Drishti is a very interesting word. Drish means to see. What is someone's vision? What is the way in which they view the world? This will determine how they interact with the world. And therefore, if we really want to change the world, then what we have to do is change people's drishti. Einstein said, you can't solve the problems of the world with the same type of thinking that created them in the first place. And therefore, sometimes people say, religion, but it's religion which causes war. You guys are the ones saying that, atheistic people cause war, but we see more wars because of religion. So what does Krishna mean when he says atheistic destroy the world? It seems like the religious ones are the ones causing more problems. Power plus ignorance equals dictatorship. Freedom plus ignorance equals anarchy. Money plus ignorance equals corruption. And religion plus ignorance equals terrorism. Do you see the common problem in the equation? Is it power that creates problem? Is it money that creates problem? Is it freedom or religion that creates problem? No. It's the ignorance that goes with it. Why are we here doing a whole Gita Jayanti and asking all of you to sponsor Bhagavad Gitas? Why are we going into the world and distributing this knowledge as far and wide as we can? Because you can't solve the problems of the world with the same type of thinking that created them. And therefore, you all have done the greatest welfare work by sponsoring Bhagavad Gitas and sharing this knowledge, because it's only when this knowledge comes about in the world that there can actually be any kind of substantial change. So Krishna says, anyone who has an atheistic vision, and believe me, even a religious person can have an atheistic vision if religion is hijacked by ignorance. And so in the 16th chapter, when we think about the doomsday clock, Krishna is telling us there can only ever be world peace if people first find their inner peace.
Chapter 17, the divisions of faith. Arjuna uvacha ye shastra vidhim utshrijya yajante shraddhayanvita tesham nishtatu ka Krishna sattvam aho rajastama Shri Bhagavan uvacha त्रिविधा भवति श्रद्धा देहिनां सा स्वभावजा सात्विकी राजसी चैव तामसी चेति तां शृणु सत्त्वानुरूप सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो यच्छ्रद्धः स एव सः यजन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्षराक्षांसि राजसा प्रेतान् भूतगणांश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जना अशास्त्रविहितं घोरं तप्यन्ते ये तपोजना दम्भाहङ्कारसंयुक्ते कामरागबलान्विता कर्षणायन्तशरीरस्थं भूतग्रामम् अचेतसः मां चैवान्तशरीरस्थं तान् विद्यासुरनिश्चयान् आहारस्त्वपि सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रियः यज्ञस्तपस्तथा दानं तेषां भेदम् इमां शृणु आयुसत्त्वबलारोग्या सुखप्रीतिविवर्धना रस्या स्निग्धस्थिरहृद्या आहार सात्विका प्रिया कट्वं लवनात्युष्ण तीक्ष्णरुक्ष्णविदाहिनः आहार राजसस्येष्टा दुःखशोकमया प्रदा यातयामान् गतारसं पूतिपर्युषितं च यत् उच्छिष्टमपि चामेध्यं भोजनं तामसा प्रियम् अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्यज्ञो विधिदिष्टो न युज्यते यष्टव्यमेवेति मनः समाधाय स सात्विकः अभिषद्धफलं दम्भारतम् अपि च यत् युज्यते भरतश्रेष्ठ तं यज्ञं विद्धि राजसं विधिहीनमशिष्टान्नं मन्त्रहीनम् अदक्षिणं श्रद्धाविरहितं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्षते देवद्विजगुरुप्रज्ञा पूजनं शौचमर्जवं ब्रह्मचार्यमहिंसां च शरीरं तप उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभ्यासनं चैव वाङ्मयं तप उच्यते मनप्रसाद सौम्यत्वं मौनम् आत्मविनिग्रहः भावसंशुद्धिरित्येतत् तपोमानसमुच्यते श्रद्धया परया तप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधं नरे अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्ते सात्विकं परिचक्षते सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्भेन चैव यत् क्रियते तद्दिह प्रोक्तं राजसं चलमध्रुवं मूढग्राहेणात्मनो यत् पीडया क्रियते तपः परस्योत्सार्थनार्थं वा तत्तामसम् उदारितं दातव्यम् इति यद्दानं दीयते नपकारिणे देशकाले च पत्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतं यत्तु प्रात्युपकारार्थं फलम् उद्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परिक्लिष्टं तद्दानं राजसंस्मृतम् अदेशकाले यद्दानम् अपात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते असत्कृतम् अवाज्ञातं तत्तामसम् उदारितम् ॐ तत्सत् इति निर्देशो ब्रह्मणस्त्रिविधः स्मृतः ब्राह्मणास्तेन वेदश्च यज्ञश्च विहितः पुरा तस्मादोम्येत्तुदारित्य यज्ञदानतपक्रिया प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्ता तद्दित्यनाभिसन्धाय फलं यज्ञतपक्रिया दानक्रियश्च विविधा क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः सद्भावे साधुभावे च सद् इत्येतत् प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तथा सच्छब्दपार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः सद् इति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तदार्थीयं सद् इत्येवाभिधीयते अश्रद्धाया हुतं दत्तं तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असद् इत्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रेत्य नो इह Om Tat Sat iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yogo Nama Saptadashodhyayah. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Can you think of something which was really considered a bad habit that nowadays you think people do? It's just like normal, commonplace. Anyone?
Smoking.
Smoking? Anything else? Drinking? There's something else. I'll give you a clue. This bad habit, you're most likely to do it while you're driving. Yes, swearing. Of course, no one here, of course. It's very interesting. There was a news story this year which kind of got quite a bit of attention, that swearing has now become commonplace. They say the older you are, the less likely you are to swear. And when you're in the driver's seat, then it's the time when that swearing could come out, most likely. In the olden days, if you would swear, your mom and dad would let you know. Nowadays, moms and dads swear with their children. This year, even politicians and celebrities, we won't name any names, but even they were caught on camera swearing. It's very, very interesting that in the 17th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, what Krishna says is your faith, your inner life, the quality of your consciousness is displayed in three things: through your body, through your mind, and through your words. How you deal with your body and utilize your body reveals so much about your inside. What goes through your mind and your way of thinking reveals so much about your consciousness. And the words that you speak, mostly flowers, sometimes a few frogs, come out of the mouth, represent something about one's faith and one's consciousness. What does Krishna say in the Bhagavad Gita? Anudega karam vakyam satyam priyahitam chayat svadhyaya bhyasanam chaiva vanmayam tapa uchyate. Speech must be truthful, pleasing, beneficial, and not agitating to others. And speech should be in line with spiritual wisdom. Such speech will elevate one's own consciousness, will elevate the consciousness of the person who hears, and will create an environment in which everyone can become the best version of themselves. Maybe today we can all reflect on the quality of our speech and the effect that our speech has on others. IKEA made an experiment about the power of speech that I want to share with all of you today.
one notices when you're in the moon.
You're a mistake.
You're useless. You're not even green.
You look rotten. Are you really even alive?
I like you the way you are. Seeing you blossom makes me happy.
You're making a difference in the world.
You are beautiful.
I brought them here to see the plant. I was like, a plant is getting bullied. Like, it's not normal.
I think it's an excellent project. To have something tangible that they can actually physically be a part of is, I think, going to be very powerful.
As the weeks passed, I started noticing that the one that was being bullied started kind of to droop.
While the plant that was being complimented, it was flourishing and beautiful.
It's raised the profile massively of different forms of bullying and the effects that bullying can have on people.
With the effects of planting can definitely affect other people.
Give a round of applause to those kids, very wise. Every word that we pour out into the ether creates an energy. Every word that we share with someone creates an imprint in their consciousness. Your words can elevate, inspire, empower, and awaken amazing potential within others. Yet so often, our speech is negative, our speech is critical, our speech is non-progressive, our speech is judgmental, our speech doesn't do anything to actually improve situations. And therefore, in the 17th chapter of the Gita, Krishna reminds us, your words are so powerful. Use them wisely. Krishna tells us, speak to give people peace of mind, not to give them a piece of your mind. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we're on the final chapter, chapter 18. It's one of the longest chapters, but since it's the final chapter, we can all focus a bit more, a bit louder than you've done all day today, and let's all chant this chapter together. It's called Conclusion, the Perfection of Renunciation. Arjuna uvacha sanyasyasya mahabaho tattvam ichchami veditum Tyagasya cha rishikesha prithak keshi nishudana Shri Bhagavan uvacha Kamyanam karmanam nyasam sanyasam kavayo vidu Sarva karma phala tyagam prabhustyagam vichakshanaha Tyajyam dosha vadityeke karma prahur manishinaha Yagya dana tapa karma Nyatyajyam iti chapare Nishchayam shrinu me tatra Tyage bharata sattama Tyago hi purusha vyagra Trividha samprakirtita Yagyadana tapa karma Natyajyam triyametvatat Yagyo danam tapaschaiva Pavanani manishinam Etanyapi tu karmani sangam tyaktva phalani cha kartrani me partha nishchitam matamuttamam nityatasya tu sannyasa karmano nopapadyate mohatasya parityagas tamasa parikirtitah dukham ityeva yat karma kaya klesha bhayatyajet Sakritva rajasam tyagam नैव त्यागफलं लभेत् कार्यमित्येव यत्कर्म नियतं क्रियतेऽर्जुन सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा फलं चैव स त्यागसात्विको मतः न द्वेष्ट्य कुशलं कर्म कुशलेनानुसज्जते त्यागी सत्त्वसमाविष्टो मेधावी छिन्न संशयः न हि देहभृतः शक्यं त्यक्तुं कर्माण्यशेषतः यस्तु कर्मफलत्यागी स त्यागीत्यभिधीयते अनिष्टमिष्टं मिश्रं च त्रिविधं कर्म न फलं भवत्यतागिनां प्रीत्य न तु सन्न्यासिनां क्वचित् पञ्चैतानि महाबाहो कारणानि निबोध मे शङ्ख्ये कृतान्ति प्रोक्तानि सिद्धये सर्वकर्मणाम् अधिष्ठानं तथा कर्ता कारणं च पृथक्विधं विविधाश्च पृथक् चेष्टा दैवं चैवात्र पञ्चमं शरीरवान् मनोभिर्यत् कर्म प्रारभते नरः न्यायं वा विपरीतं वा पञ्चैते तस्य हेतवः तत्रैवं सति कर्तारम् आत्मानं केवलतु यः पश्यत कृतबुद्धित्वान् न स पश्यति दुर्मतिः यस्य नाहङ्कृतो भावो बुद्धिर्यस्य न लिप्यते हत्वापि सैमाल्लोकान् न हन्ति न निबध्यते ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं परिज्ञाता त्रिविधा कर्म चोदना कारणं कर्म कर्तेति त्रिविधा कर्म संग्रहः ज्ञानं कर्म च कर्ता च त्रिधैव गुणभेदतः प्रोच्यते गुणसंख्याने यथावत् शृणुतान्यपि सर्वभूतेषु येनैकं भावम् अव्ययमीक्षते अविभक्तं विभक्तेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि सात्विकं पृथक्त्वेन तु यज्ज्ञानं नानभावान् पृथग्विदान् वेत्ति सर्वेषु भूतेषु तज्ज्ञानं विद्धि राजसं यत्तु कृत्स्नावदेकस्मिन् कार्ये सक्तं अहेतुकम् अतत्त्वार्थवदल्पं च तत्तामसम् उदारितं नियतं सङ्गरहितम् अरागद्वेष्टितकृतम् अफलाप्रेप्सुना कर्म यत्तत् सात्विकमुच्यते यत्तु कामेप्सुना कर्म साहङ्कारेण वा पुनः क्रियन्ते बहुलायासं तद्राजसम् उदारितम् अनुबन्धं कृष्यं हिंसम् अनपेक्ष च पौरुषं मोहादारभ्यते कर्म यत्तप्तामसमुच्यते मुक्तसङ्गो न हमवादी धृत्युत्साहः समन्वितः सिद्ध्यसिद्ध्योर्निरीकारः कर्ता सात्विक उच्यते रागी कर्म फलप्रेप्सुर्लुब्धो हिंसात्मको शुचिः हर्षशोकान्वितः कर्ता राजस परिकीर्तितः अयुक्त प्रकृते स्तब्ध शतो नैष्कृतिको लशः विषादी दीर्घसूत्री च कर्ता तामस उच्यते बुद्धेर्भेदं धृतेश्चैव गुणतस्त्रिविधं शृणु प्रोच्यमानामशेषेण पृथक्त्वेन धनञ्जय प्रवृत्तिं च निवृत्तिं च कार्याकार्ये भयाभये बन्धं मोक्षं च या वेत्ति बुद्धि सपार्थ सात्विकी यया धर्मम् अधर्मं च कार्यं च कार्यमेव च अथ यावत् प्रजानाति बुद्धि सपार्थ राजसी धर्ममिति या मन्यते तमसावृता सर्वार्थं विपरीतांश्च बुद्धि सपार्थ तामसी तृतीया धारयते मन प्राणेन्द्रिया क्रिया योगेनाव्यभिचारिण्या धृति सपार्थ सात्विकी यया तु धर्मकामर्थान् तृतीया धारयते अर्जुन प्रसंगेन फलाकांक्षी धृति सपार्थ राजसी यया स्वप्नं भयं शोकं विषादं मदमेव वा न विमुञ्चति दुर्मेध धृति सपार्थ तामसी सुखं त्वदीनां त्रिविधां शृणु मे भरतर्षभा अभ्यासाद् रमते यत्र दुःखन्तं च गच्छति यत्तद् अग्रे विषम् इव परिणामे मृतोपमं तत्सुखं सात्विकं प्रोक्तम् आत्मबुद्धिप्रसादजं विषयेन्द्रियसंयोगाद् यत्तद् अग्रे मृतोपमं परिणामे विषम् इव तत्सुखं राजसां स्मृतं यदग्रे चानुबन्धे च सुखं मोहनमात्मनः निद्रालस्य प्रमादोत्थं तत्तामसम् उदारितं न तदस्ति पृथिव्यां वा दिवि देवेषु वा पुनः सत्वं प्रकृतिजैर्मुक्तं यद् एभिः स्यात् त्रिभिर्गुणैः ब्रह्मणा क्षत्रियाविषं शूद्राणां च परन्तप कर्माणि प्रविभक्तानि स्वभावप्रभवैर्गुणैः समोदमस्तपः शौचं शान्तिरार्जवमेव च ज्ञानं विज्ञानमास्तिक्यं ब्रह्मकर्म स्वभावजं शौर्यं तेजो धृतिर्दाक्ष्यं युद्धे चापपलायनं दानम् ईश्वरभावश्च क्षरं कर्म स्वभावजं कृषिगोरक्षवाणिज्यं वैश्यकर्म स्वभावजं परिचर्यात्मकं कर्म शूद्रस्यापि स्वभावजं स्वे स्वे कर्मण्यभितारा संसिद्धिं लभते नरः स्वकर्मनिरतसिद्धिं यथा विन्दति तच्छृणु यत प्रवृत्तिर्भूतानां येन सर्वम् इदं ततं स्वकर्मणा तमभृच्य सिद्धिं विन्दति मानवः श्रेयान् स्वधर्मो विगुण परधर्मात् स्वनुष्ठितात् स्वभावनियतं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषं सहजं कर्म कौन्तेय सदोषमपि न त्यजेत् सर्वारम्भा हि दोषेण धूमेनाग्निरिवावृतः असक्तबुद्धिः सर्वत्र जितात्मा विगतस्प्रियः नैष्कर्म्यसिद्धिं परमं सन्न्यासेनाधिगच्छति सिद्धिं प्राप्तो यथा ब्रह्म तथाप्नोति निबोध मे समासेनैव कौन्तेय निष्ठज्ञानस्य वा परा बुद्धया विशुद्धया युक्तो धृत्यात्मानं नियम्य च शब्दादीन् विषयान् त्यक्त्वा रागद्वेषो व्युदस्य च विविक्तसेवी लघ्वासी यत वाक्कायमानस ध्यानयोगपरो नित्यं वैराग्यं समुपश्रितः अहङ्कारं बलं दर्पं परिग्रहं विमुच्य निर्मनः सन्तो ब्रह्मभूयाय कल्पते ब्रह्मभूतप्रसन्नात्मा न शोचति न काङ्क्षति समः सर्वेषु भूतेषु मद्भक्तिं लभते परां भक्त्या मामभिजानाति यावान् यश्चास्मि तत्त्वतः ततो मां तत्त्वतो ज्ञात्वा विशते तद् अनन्तरं सर्वकर्माण्यपि सदा कुर्वनो मद्व्यपश्रयः मत्प्रसाददवाप्नोति शाश्वतं पदमव्ययं चेतसा सर्वकर्माणि मयि सन्न्यस्य मत्परः बुद्धियोगम् उपाश्रित्य मच्चितः सततं भव मच्चितः सर्वदुर्गाणि मत्प्रसादात् तरिष्यसि अथ चेत् त्वम् अहङ्कारान् न श्रोष्यसि विनक्ष्यसि यद् अहङ्कारमाश्रित्य न योत्स्य इति मन्यसे मिथ्यैस्वव्यवसायस्ते प्रकृतिस्त्वं निकोक्षति स्वभावजेन कौन्तेय निबद्धस्वेन कर्मणा कर्तुं नेच्छसि यन्मोहात् करिष्यस्य वशोऽपि तत् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृद्देशेऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रामयन् सर्वभूतानि यन्त्रारूढानि मायया तमेव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परं शान्तिं स्थानिनां इति ते ज्ञानमाख्यातं गुह्यतरं मया विमृश्यैतदशेषेण यथेच्छासि तथा कुरु सर्वगुह्यतमं भूय शृणु मे परमं वचः इष्टसी मे धृतं सिति यतो यक्ष्यामि ते हितं मन्मना भव मद्भक्तो मद्याजी मां नमस्कुरु मामेवेश्यसि सत्यं ते प्रतिजाने प्रियोऽसि मे सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वां सर्वपापेभ्यो मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुच इदं ते न तपस्काय न भक्ताय कदाचन न चाशुश्रूषवे वाच्यं न च मां योऽभ्यसूयति य इदं परमं गुह्यं मद्भक्त्वेषभिधास्यति भक्तिं मयि परां कृत्वा मामेवेश्यत्य संशयः न च तस्मान् मनुष्येषु कश्चिन्मे प्रियकृत्तमः भवित न च मे तस्याद् अन्यप्रियतरो भुवि अध्येष्यते च या इमां धर्म्यं संवादमावयो ज्ञानयज्ञेन तेनाहम् इष्टस्याम् इति मे मतिः श्रद्धावाननसूयश्च शृणुयादपि यो नरः सोऽपि मुक्तः सुभाल्लोकान् प्राप्नुवात् पुण्यकर्मणां कच्चिदेतत् श्रुतं पार्थ त्वयैकाग्रेण चेतसा कच्चिदज्ञानसम्मोहः प्रणश्यन्तस्ते धनञ्जय अर्जुन उवाच नष्टमोहः स्मृतिर्लब्धा त्वत्प्रसादान्मयाच्युता स्थितोऽस्मि गतसन्देहः करिष्ये वचनं तव सञ्जय उवाच इत्यहं वासुदेवस्य पार्थस्य च महात्मनः संवादमिममश्रौषम् अद्भुतं रोमहर्षणं व्यासप्रसादात् श्रुतवान् एतद्गुह्यमहं परं योगं योगेश्वरात् कृष्णात् साक्षात् कथायत स्वयं राजन् संस्मृत्य संवादम् इममद्भुतं केशवार्जुनयो पुण्यं हृष्यामि च मुहुर्मुहुः तच्च संस्मृत्य रूपं यत्यद्भुतं हरेः विस्मयो मे महान् राजन् हृष्यामि च पुनः पुनः यत्र योगेश्वर कृष्ण यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः यत्र श्रीविजयो भूतिर्ध्रुवनन्तिर्मतिर्मम ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासूपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे मोक्षयोगो नाम अष्टादशोऽध्यायः हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे.
Give yourselves a round of applause. You have recited the whole Gita louder, louder, louder. Amazing. And we have purified the atmosphere by reciting Krishna's immortal instructions. Did you have an inspiring time? Yes. Wonderful. So we'll now just conclude with our final reflection. Thank you for bearing with me. You deserve a medal for sitting this long and tolerating me. Please accept my apologies if I said anything which was wrong, in jest or inaccurate. Here today I tried to do something a little bit different to show you how the wisdom of the Bhagavad Gita is breathing in our life. So what we'll do is, before we give you the final lesson, we'll just do a very quick recap. We talked about Prince Harry, and we remembered when your eyes are full of tears, then you have the opportunity to be. We talked about India going to the moon, the South Pole, and we said, yes, along with venturing into outer space, make sure you don't forget to navigate. Yes. We talked about the political leaders who are compromised in their integrity, and we learned your life is your message. Your life is your message. AI has blown up, ChatGPT. Yes, science helps you to do things better, but spirituality helps you to do better things. Sorry, India lost. But it's okay. Krishna tells us, rather than obsessing about success, we should focus on the process. Do your best. Just try. See what happens. Attention is at an all-time low. Remember, don't just focus on what you do between 9 to 5, but focus on what you do between 5 to 9. See you at Mangalarti tomorrow. Yes, there's a cost of living crisis, but maybe it's not the cost of living, it's the cost of existing, because the purpose of existing is to experience real living. So much death. Even if you move into a better cell, remember, we're still in the most glorious king is the one who conquers the inner territory. See you in Las Vegas. Maybe one day we could do Gita Jayanti in the Las Vegas sphere. That would be cool. If anyone wants to sponsor, I'm available. When you see the glitter of the world, remember the glory of God. Oppenheimer recited the 11th chapter of the Gita. When time takes everything temporary away, then ultimately it's Krishna leaving us with everything eternal. Loneliness is there. We all experience it. But if you want to fill the void within, you have to connect with the divinity beyond. The environment, we all have to take a responsibility. If people think everything is matter, then the next thing is they will think nothing matters. Bankman-Fried, a billionaire, now waiting for his 110-year imprisonment. Remember, the richest person is not the one who has the most. The richest person is the one who... I'm still working on my journalism skills. The music ran out. I was trying to build up some. Anyway, it's okay. The World Happiness Report. Instead of pursuing dreams in illusion, we should try to find reality in transcendence. Go back to the spiritual world. Doomsday clock is edging on, but there can never be world peace unless first we find and don't fall prey to this one, please. Instead, what shall I say? Speak to give people peace of mind, not to give them a piece of your mind. Now, we come to the final news story of 2023. I've told you so many things, but there is one story that's bigger than any of these stories. This story is the story that gives hope. This story is the lifeline for an otherwise misguided and misdirected world. This story brings joy to our hearts and brings a smile to our face and brings incredible hope for the future. Do you know the story I'm talking about? No, you don't know. I can't believe it. You don't know the biggest story of 2023? It was so big that I don't know if the BBC reported it or not. I think they did. No, they did. The BBC reported it. They did. Because the biggest story of 2023 and the most silver lining on otherwise a dark cloud of Kali Yuga in the material world is that this year, 2023, was the 50th anniversary of Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda and Bhaktivedanta Manor Dham. I think that deserves a bigger round of applause and a cheer. And more. Express your love for this place. It's amazing. Amidst all the problems, amidst all the difficulties, amidst all the challenges, Bhaktivedanta Manor exists. And every one of you have the opportunity to come here. Every one of you have the opportunity to go in front of Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda and reveal your heart. And every one of you have the opportunity to come here and learn the wisdom which will transform the way you see life and the way you live your life. And that is the greatest story. Because Krishna tells us in the Bhagavad Gita that ultimately when we awaken our spiritual consciousness, then everything else becomes okay. But while we're lacking that consciousness, we will always experience the dark side of this world. Today I want to end by turning to our illustrious founder Acharya, His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, who gifted us Bhaktivedanta Manor, who by his devotion brought Krishna here, and by his tireless efforts gave us the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. And let us allow Srila Prabhupada to give us the final piece of inspiration.
Well, our every day is a new year. Nava. However, Krishna consciousness is so nice. The more you advance, you see new year. New year. Nothing is over. People are saying that they are simply chanting the old slogan, Hare. But we are feeling new pleasure every morning. Like any other chanting, you cannot chant more than 3 hours. As Hare Krishna mantra you can chant perpetually. So unless there is new enlightenment, how you can do that?
So let us chant Krishna's names. Yes. Let us chant Krishna's names. Let's take Krishna's instructions. Let's build friendship with Krishna's devotees. Let's connect with Krishna who is in our hearts. And let us remember the most important instruction that Krishna gives us in the Bhagavad Gita. Manmana bhavamad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame vaisasi satyam te pratijane priyosi me. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this, because you are my very dear friend. So with this, we conclude our words here on the Bhagavad Gita. I hope it has been enlightening for you, helpful for you. Let us learn from the past, everything that has gone on this year. Let us live in the present, take those instructions, those lessons, and just live a better life in 2024. And if we take advantage of all the spiritual wealth that we're surrounded by, then we'll not just learn from the past and live in the present, but we'll learn to awaken a love for eternity, because that love for eternity is love for Krishna and love for everyone in relation to Krishna. And that is the great gift of Bhaktivedanta Manor and Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Sorry, can we ask you to sit down for 1 second? Please. This is super important. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to hold you longer. Have you found the lessons of the Gita to be relevant to you? Yes? I hope so. I hope so. I will make this sincere request to you from my heart. If there is anyone of you here in this room who's not done one of our courses, then here is a golden opportunity. From the 13th of January to the 16th of March, every single Saturday, I think it runs for 10 sessions, yes. In 10 sessions, you will have the opportunity to learn the Bhagavad Gita, chapter by chapter, lesson by lesson, learning it in a smaller setting where you can ask questions, where you can interact, where you can probe a little bit further. You'll be learning from an amazing teacher, not just someone who's speaking to you from the intellect, but who's living it in their life. And I guarantee you, money back guarantee, even though I'm completely broke. I'm ready to give you a money back guarantee that you will not regret it. So please, please, please take the opportunity. Don't think it's going to be in March or at the end of the year or once your daughter is married or once you've fulfilled that career pressure. Please, please, please. We talked today about how life is just changing. While you have the opportunity, please, my humble request is, take this course, change your life, empower your vision, come closer to Krishna, and experience joy in all aspects of your life. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. I'm going to ask you to please stay seated. This is the completion of the yagya, so we must, if I can ask everyone to please fold their hands. Please fold your hands. The prasad is being heated up, so please remain. If you please fold your hands, repeat after me. Om Tat Sat Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Our yagya is complete by expressing our gratitude. Can we please, this is the vote of thanks, we want to start off by requesting you all to please put all your energy and heart in thanking His Holiness Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj. Haribo! 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 I think you'll all agree with me, there is not enough thanks that we can give to Maharaj. Next, we want to thank and express our profound gratitude to the reciters who have guided us through this 18 chapters. Bharti, Radha Govind Prabhu, 10-year-old Vani, Prem Sankirtan Prabhu, who's led the music. Can we please also thank the Purohits, the priests, Jagannath Ram Prabhu, Ayodhyapati Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Can we please, this time I've been most closely connected with the tech. I can just only tell you how difficult and how much stress they've taken. Manish Prabhu was here yesterday 7 a.m. and he was here till 9 p.m. setting everything, making sure everything goes. Manish Prabhu and Vashisht Prabhu, Jiten, everyone there, the tech team. Can we please express our gratitude to the VCC from the time you came in to do the car park, to the prasad you will have, to the setup here. Thank you. Can we please thank Radhika and team who managed all the admin for the Gita Jayanti and the decor. Dear devotees, today is Radhika's birthday as well and she's still here. So big thank you to her. Next, we want to thank Narayan Prabhu and team for setting up everything. These beautiful flower arrangements, the ladies ashram, Jagatpriya Mataji and team have done. So can we please express our thanks to them. Dear devotees, now we're going to set up for the Purna Huti. So this is the time where we ask all of you to come forward, take some grains and offer into the fire. We're just having the setup for the barrier system. We request this area to be cleared. We want you all to please come to your left-hand side of the room. We're going to set up a queue system where you can all come forward and offer your grains into the fire. After you've offered your grains, from the far right of the hall, you please make your exit to go to the Prasadam hall on the other side in the Seva hall. We also have Maharaj who will be sitting just near Prabhupada. So if you want, just at the book table, please pick up a Gita 3 or a Bhagavad Gita. You can come and meet Maharaj, get his blessings, and he can sign your books for you. So please do come and take advantage of this. We're going to ask everyone here, the grains will not be given from here. They will be given from this side. So please come this way. Please come this way. Thank you. Okay. So we'll be giving you the grains. You please stay. Mataji, the grains will be given on this side. So we want you to move here as orderly as possible. Can I ask everyone to repeat with me the Purna Hoti? Om Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagat Dhitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Om Purnam Adha Purnam Idam Purnat Purnam Udachyate Purnasya Purnam Adhaya Purnam Eva Vashishyate Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu Shri Vishnu. Everyone very loudly together. Swaha Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti 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 Sushantir Bhavatuhu. Hare Krishna. We'd like to express our thanks to Sulabh Agarwal Prabhu, who has sponsored towards today's evening feast. So I profess our thanks to him. Okay, so there is no point standing here, Matajis. Without the grains, you cannot make the ahuti. You need to come on this way, on this side. The line is over here. You will get the grains to offer from this side. So please bear with us. Please come here. Thank you. If we can please have kirtan. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Okay. Also a reminder, if you want to take your books, we have devotees here who can find your labels. Please take your books home to distribute. This is also part of your yagya today. Please distributing these books. Thank you very much. Please pick up your books. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
Maharaj is going to be stationed just near Prabhupada. So if you get your books, you would like them signed, please do get, just come to Maharaj there. Also just a quick announcement, please do pick up your books and give them out to your family and friends. Everyone will get a chance, we have enough Havan Samagri here. So please do not worry, everyone will get a chance to come and get blessings today. Thank you.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Announcement Kumana.
Krishna.
While we're waiting as well, just to all let everyone know, tomorrow we will have midnight kirtan. So from 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. on the 1st of Jan in this hall, we have kirtan, 6-hour kirtans. Please do come and participate. 6 p.m. tomorrow to 12 a.m. 1st of January. Next, on the 1st of January is the first of the year. So from 9 a.m. all the way to 9 p.m. Radha Gokulananda will be giving darshan. So there will be no closing in the daytime. All through 12 hours, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. you can come And if your family, if you're planning your visit, know that you can come and get prasad and darshan from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Another thing we want to share this year as an offering to the 50th anniversary, we started Sunday Love Feast, Preeti Bhoj, every Sunday in this Haveli from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. We have a program, a dynamic program with prasad, with enlivening wisdom, chanting, dancing, cultural entertainment, and a feast as well. So we request you all, please take advantage. If you're coming on a Sunday, plan your visit, 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Thank you. And finally, we want to express from our heart gratitude to all of you who have given the gift of the Gita. And this year, like every year, we will be placing these Gitas in all the different venues, schools, universities, prisons, and so on. So thank you for your gratitude, for your generous presentations. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much for your patience. We really appreciate it. Hare Krishna. All glories, and may you have a very, very happy year 2024. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
You paid today? When? Yesterday, month ago. Okay, can you go to the registration and take number?
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,